Welcome. I'll call to order the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 21st, 2016, and please join me in a flag salute. The clerk will now read the proceedings for our meetings.
The Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, June 21st, 2016. Agendas are available on the tables on the sides of the meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. However, please note that the board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. All items on the agenda will be open for public comments before final action is taken. When you speak, clearly state your name for the record and be aware there is a 3-minute time limit per speaker. Keep in mind that the chairman has the discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. Please place all cell phones in silent mode. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you. Next is our consent agenda. This is a list of items intended to be taken all at once, but the board would be happy to pull anything and discuss it individually if anyone from the audience prefers that or any of my colleagues do. Seeing none, is there a motion? Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as is. Roll call, please.
Montgomery? Duran? Holmes? Euler? Wygant?
Yes, thank you. Next is the time for public comment. This is a time when anyone from the board can address, anyone from the audience can address the board on something that is not on the agenda, keep in mind that we can take no action on it. So if one would like to address us on public comment, please come forward and state your name for the record. I guess there is none. Next is board member reports, or do any of my colleagues have a report? Jim?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. On my role as the delegate to the Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority, we had a special meeting in Sacramento last week. We thought that would be a good place to meet because several of the commissioners or the directors of CCJPA are from Sacramento. However, we could not get a quorum. We wrestled up one of the city council members, came in 20 minutes after 10, and then we still couldn't have a quorum until almost 11 o'clock when one of the BART directors called in. So we moved on with the non-action items. The contentious issue was the third track project from Sacramento to Roseville. And it was all ready to go. Two of the BART board members had issues with it for some reason. One of them was concerned about the potential construction of a parking garage in Roseville, which wasn't part of the project. And the other one was concerned if we pass this Placer County Transportation Sales Tax, whether we were going to be able to help with a project in the East Bay. And so it didn't make any sense. I was counting the votes. So we had a 7-2 vote in favor of moving forward with it, but in the BART rules, you have to have at least 9 members vote in favor of that. So now we have to have a special meeting, probably by phone, in Sacramento or in Auburn, just to move past this. It was really kind of, I've been at better meetings, let me just say that. Thank you.
Any other board member reports? Jack?
Yeah, just a brief comment. Mike Holmes, former city council member, and I have finalized our visas and all our travel arrangements for a trip to China starting on the 25th through the 5th of July to connect with a proposed sister county in Fujian province. So I will provide a report back, maybe some pictures at that time when we do get back. I did also want to report that my portion of the trip has been paid by me, not by county funds. So thank you.
Seeing no other reports, then we will move to our first department item, which is Primary Indigent Defense Services. Yeah, oh, excuse, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. Our first item is Health and Human Services, Substance Treatment Services, Transitional Housing. My mistake. And it's early. Just see if everybody's awake. Pardon, Jennifer?
See an elbow.
I didn't see anything. Oh, she is there. Oh, I see an arm. I'm sorry.
You ready?
Is there anyone in Tahoe who would like to comment under public comment? We're getting mixed messages here that there might be. Okay, see none, we'll close that again. And
usually get an email.
yeah, thanks. Go to our first department item, which is Health and Human Services, Substance Abuse Treatment Services, and Transitional Housing.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. I am Maria Osborne, the Assistant Director with the Adult System of Care and Medical Clinics. And with me this morning, I have Miss Amy Ellis, who is our Program Manager, who oversees our substance use services and mental health clinic-based services. Miss Ellis will be presenting on Agenda Item 7A regarding our substance use treatment services, and I will be presenting on Agenda Item 7B regarding inpatient psychiatric services.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm here this morning to request approval on 2 action items related to substance use treatment services. The first, to approve the following agreements for substance use treatment services and transitional housing from July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2018, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign subsequent amendments up to 5% of each agreement's original amount, consistent with each agreement's current subject matter and scope of work. First is Aegis Medical Systems Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $5,400,000 with no net county cost. The second, Community Recovery Resources in an amount not to exceed $3,090,480 with $249,600 net county cost. The second action item is to approve the following agreements for substance use treatment services and transitional housing from July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2018, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign subsequent amendments up to 10% of each agreement's original amount, consistent with each agreement's current subject matter and scope of work. First, Koinonia Foster Homes in the amount not to exceed $912,000 with $2,400 net county cost. Second, New Leaf Counseling Services in an amount not to exceed $1,096,800 with $108,000 net county cost. Third, Progress House in an amount not to exceed $1,082,400, $122,400 net county cost. And lastly, Recovery Now LLC in an amount not to exceed $160,000, $20,000 net county cost. As background to these requests, substance use issues are a national health epidemic that increase cost and negatively impact outcomes across healthcare and social services. However, California is leading the nation in an unprecedented expansion of services. Counties have an opportunity to opt into additional federal funding for expanded substance use services to Medi-Cal-eligible residents. Further information on this opportunity will be brought to this board in coming months. The contracts proposed today are with existing contractual relationships Placer County has maintained for many years, most recently in RFP number 12-03. They demonstrate Placer's continued emphasis on collaboration with criminal justice, human services, mental health, and children's system of care to leverage available funding and provide the most cost-effective and appropriate care to those headed for or already within our systems. Funding for these mandated services is comprised of $11,559,879, or 95.836% federal and state sources, and $502,400, or 4.164% required county general fund match. We respectfully request the approval of these two action items previously outlined, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Questions, board members? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to respond to this or ask a question? See none, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Excuse me, and we'll now take up item B, acute psychiatric healthcare services contract with Telcare Corporation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The next action item we are requesting the board to approve is a one-year contract agreement with Telecare Corporation to operate the 16-bed Placer County Psychiatric Health Facility in order to provide acute psychiatric inpatient services to Placer County residents for the period of July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2017 in the amount of $4,547,717, of which $1,910,040 are county general funds. And authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed 5% of the total contract amount consistent with subject matter and scope of work. A little bit of background on this contract is the psychiatric health facility fills a critical component to our continuum of care of mental health mandated mental health services. This acute care treatment facility provides necessary life-saving, stabilizing care and treatment to adults who are temporarily unable to ensure their own safety, the safeties of others, or to be able to provide adequate food, clothing, and shelter for themselves based on their mental illness. Telecare provided 5,355 days of services in fiscal year 14-15 with an average daily census of 14.7 clients per day. During this time period, there were 522 admissions, with 96% of those individuals not requiring inpatient treatment within 30 days of post-discharge. Funding for this contract includes $2,637,676 in federal and state funds and $1,910,041 in county general funds. The funds for this agreement are included in the proposed budget for 16-17. With this, we would like to recommend that the board approve this agreement and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions of my colleagues? Anyone from the public like to address this item? See none, pleasure of the board. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item C, Child Abuse Prevention Services Family Resource Center contract with Kids First. Good morning.
I don't have anything.
It's on. It's on. It's on? Yep. Should be okay.
Okay, there it is. That's the button. Good morning. Twyla Abrahamson presenting for the Children's of Care, Systems of Care. Good morning, Chairman Wygant, board members, Mr. Bosch, Mr. Carden. I'm pleased to be here today presenting this item. Placer County, as well as all counties in California, are required to convene and support a local child abuse prevention council. For almost 30 years, Kids First has provided these services, including operation of family resource centers in Auburn and Roseville, which provide counseling, parent education, and assessing other services. Data gathering is also included in analysis for the entire county network of FRCs. There is also, by the way, another one in Tahoe. They also provide information to early childhood providers and assist parents and families to advocate for needed health, mental health, and other services. Over 3,000 families were assisted last year, enabling them to maintain and sustain healthy families and prevent child welfare or juvenile justice involvement. We are requesting that your board approve a one-year contract with Kids First in the amount of $725,988 and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign amendments not to exceed 10% of the total contract amount. Funding is provided by state and federal funds of $479,259 and the County Children's Trust Fund in the amount of $246,729. The Children's Trust Fund dollars are provided through a portion of specialized license plate fees, birth certificates, and restitution fines in child abuse cases. No county general funds are required. Thank you for your consideration, and I or Barbara Bassana, who is also here in the audience, the CEO of Kids First, would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? Any comments or questions from the audience? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item D is housing assistance and intensive services to emancipated foster youth, excuse me. Who's going to take up item D? Jeff?
So sorry about that. I didn't realize I was going next again. So this is agreement with whole person learning. Twyla Abrahamson again for the record. It is recognized and understood that youth who exit the foster care system face unique challenges. The Children's System of Care have recognized these needs and partnered with community agencies over the years to support these vulnerable youth as they transition to adulthood. In 2014, Whole Person Learning was awarded a 2-year contract pursuant to RFP number 10320 and has provided transitional housing, counseling, career education, budgeting, and other supports to over 60 youth in a highly effective manner. In addition, Whole Person Learning has provided services to at-risk youth in Placer County for over 20 years in different capacities. We're requesting that the board take the following action. Approve a 2-year agreement with Whole Person Learning in the amount of $1,188,000, which includes no net county cost. The funding of $594,000 is included in the department's fiscal year 2016-17 proposed budget, and the remainder, also $594,000, is included in the fiscal year 17-18 requested budget. We're also requesting that your board authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign amendments not to exceed 10% of the total contracted amount. And I'd be happy to answer any questions and not go to my seat.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Anyone from the audience? What's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Our next item is Public Works, annual paving and patching services, blanket purchase order with Baldoni Construction Service. Good morning.
Good morning, Kevin Tabor, Department of Public Works and Facilities, Engineering Manager for the Road Maintenance Division. This next item is asking your approval to proceed with the award of blanket purchase order to Baldoni Construction in the amount of $900,000, and also approve an option to renew this resulting blanket purchase order for additional 2 one-year periods, and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all the required documents. Just real quickly on background, this is it's a blanket purchase order that the various maintenance division in the department use for small paving projects throughout the county.
Thanks,
Got that?
Any questions?
And it is a local firm.
Newcastle.
Hillman?
Any questions, comments, board members? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, pleasure of the board.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it is now 9:20, so we'll go to our first timed item, which is Community Development Resources Agency, West Placer Stormwater Quality Design Manual. EJ. And Jennifer.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. EJ Avaldi with the Planning Services Division. Jen Bias is here today, and she'll be presenting this item.
Good morning, Jennifer Bias.
Good morning.
Placer County Planning Department. Happy to be here on this item. It's the West Placer Stormwater Quality Design Manual. Myself, and I just wanted to point out, Rebecca Tabor and Mary Keller both have quite a bit of extensive background on the technical and engineering side of this manual, and they're here to support me and answer any difficult technical questions that you might have on this item. There are kind of three key features of our stormwater manual. The first one is, of course, to minimize impacts to stormwater, as well as to guide the user in developing the low-impact development requirements and stormwater calculations. And the key feature, too, is also to add a streamlined permit process to comply with regulations for projects and development, new development, and as it goes through the process. And stormwater regulation, this map on the screen here is showing where this actual area will apply for projects that have to go through and comply with stormwater regulations. There's two different regulations here that we're working together to achieve: our NPDES permit as well as our Aquatic Resources Program. Once that's put into place, this will help with the avoidance and minimizations for that. The MS4 permit, which is our NPDES permit, actually was adopted or came effective in 2013, and in 2015, July, there was a requirement to do low-impact development when projects came in a certain size and category. And since that time, we've been working on this manual, and this manual is really to help projects comply with those standards. The key feature of this I want to point out is it does apply to all of the jurisdictions shown in the orange, and of course our future development areas shown in the blue, but Rockland chose to do their own process. So the good part about that is if you're in Lincoln or if you're in West Placer, the process for complying with stormwater should be the same at each jurisdiction with this manual in place. The manual defines the three categories under which you become a project and are subject to the permit, and thus need to use the manual: small projects, regulated projects, and then if you're inputting in an acre or more of impervious surface, you have to comply with what's called hydromodification. And the permit guides you and the manual guides you through the process of what the post-construction requirements for each of these categories of projects are. And the key feature of our manual is an Excel-based template, which helps the user auto-generate the calculations. So we spent a lot of technical time setting up this Excel spreadsheet, and the calculations are in it and so you just input your information, and the features will automatically calculate your reduction, which helps end users comply and the staff be able to standardize the format of the reports and the calculations that are being achieved. So both inputting from the engineers as well as compliance checks on the staff are a key feature of this template. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of background. We have been working on this process for about 2 years. The first step was to form a steering committee. All of the applicable jurisdictions had a seat on that steering committee, and we ultimately hired a consultant, a technical team to help us develop the manual. We also invited a group of professionals to provide a technical advisory committee. We met with them 4 times. They refined our technical calculations. We've also held 2 public hearings at the beginning and as well as here at the end of the process. We've presented an overview of the manual at each of the applicable MAC committees. And of course, we went to the Planning Commission, who recommended adoption and supported the code amendments that we're also requesting for this action. And with that, I'm just going to touch briefly on the code amendments. There are a couple of different places in the code where we're simply adding references to having to comply with the stormwater manual requirements, and we're adding a few definitions to make sure it's clear what low-impact development means and permeable pavements and who ultimately gets to approve that. And that's really part of this process to help implement the stormwater is we point back mostly to the manual on and say comply with the manual. And with that, I'm ready to take any questions, and I'm just going to jump ahead to also the recommendations here. Of course, we're going to requested action is a public hearing as well as make findings on CEQA
and adopt a resolution. I do have one correction on my action number 2 in our staff report, or excuse me, action number 3, and it's on this, the bullet number 2, that last part of the sentence that says authorizing the Director of Public Works and Facilities to implement future updates. That just needs to be stricken. We actually built that automatically into the manual, so the resolution is correct in what we're asking for. This just happened to be included in the action, and it's not needed, because the manual already sets up a system for future minor modifications to the manual.
Okay.
With that, I'll take any questions.
I have one question. I'm presuming that this is the same direction we've been taking as it relates to the Placer County Conservation Plan, and if that assumption is correct,
Yes, absolutely. This is, the manual actually has a picture in there that talks about the Aquatic Resources Program. And once that program goes into effect, if the manual needs any adjustments, we would make them. But really, this standard does set up the minimization measures that the regulatory agencies are looking for. Regulate your stormwater, post and pre-construction, and all of those good things that they've been asking us to do. But right now, the subject area is limited to the NPDS permit area, because we do not have the aquatic resources in effect.
do we have good feedback from the regulatory agencies?
Initially, we got good feedback from the stormwater. They've kind of been silent at this point, but it's been pretty much you guys are doing a good thing. The water board came to our final public hearing and said that they liked our manual. And I think that was about the best you could hope for with that, getting strong feedback from that regulatory agency.
And then similarly, City of Lincoln.
The City of Lincoln was included in the process and went through this as part of the PCCP. And I am not 100% sure if they are moving forward to adopt it. I know the staff there is using it and recommending projects use it to comply with it. The City of Roseville has already moved forward to adopt this manual. And I'm assuming Auburn and Loomis will be doing the same. They've all adopted. Did Lincoln? Okay, sorry. I should have asked Mary. She knows. She tracks all these
Any other
things.
questions from my colleagues? Jim?
I don't have a question, I have a comment. I just want to thank staff for trotting out to all the municipal advisory councils and going through the information provided. It was gratefully appreciated. I just want to thank you for that.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will now open up the public hearing to the public for any comments wish to be made. Seeing none, I will close the public comment, bring it back to the board for consideration.
Move approval.
Then moving and seconded to find the proposed stormwater water design manual, code changes categorically exempt from CEQA, adopt a resolution as discussed with the modification, and adopt the ordinances just discussed. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to circle back. As life would have it, there are 4 people in Lake Tahoe, I think, who actually wished to make comments under public comment, and they didn't hear my statement. There are 5 now. So we better do this quickly before there are 7 or 9. So anyway, the folks up in Tahoe, if you'd please step up to our podium there that's in view of our video, state your name for the record and make your comments.
Good morning, Ellen Lawler. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I was going to just make a short statement, but I was fortunate enough that my article got published in the Sierra Sun, so I'll just read it. To Placer County, the citizens of North Lake Tahoe, along with environmental groups in Tahoe and surrounding region and local government agencies, are asking for your support for a fair public process. We have been besieged with thousands of pages of environmental documentation and have responded in kind. We have asked that Placer slow down the approval process to no avail and give each project its due respect. Final and draft environmental reports on 3 major projects that will affect the next 20 years in the Tahoe region have been released within a span of 70 days. The Placer County public process for responding to the environmental documents is being abused by releasing several documents of several thousands of pages. It's not just the EIR, it's reference materials, studies, etc. that add up to these thousands of pages. Each for the local government, environmental queue with one environmental consultant. The consultant completes their efforts and we get slammed. The process is not allowing for a sufficient amount of time for each project. Furthermore, there are many other smaller projects, but just as important projects in the pipeline. A few: the rail yard, which is Placer County and Truckee, the Crown Hotel La Lima redevelopment of 4.5 acres on the lake and the mountainsides of Highway 28. It's 117 lodging rooms, 34 residential units, 5,000 square feet of commercial space. The Alpine Squad Gondola. I won't go into all the details. There are also meetings that we all attend. Meetings that we know of. July 7th, we've been notified that there will be a planning commission hearing. We do not know the subject yet. July 13th, there's a TRPA Advisory Planning Commission hearing on the Tahoe Basin Area Plan that was just released on June 15th. July 26th, there's a Martis Valley West possibly being heard by you at your Tahoe Basin meeting here. We're looking forward to having you in the basin. July 27th, the Governing Board and the Regional Plan Implementation Committee will hear the presentation on the Tahoe Basin twice where we need to comment. July 28th, there's a Planning Commission hearing. Maybe we were notified this morning that there might be a July 14th meeting, notice an offering with no subject. I could go on. I'm just here to tell you today that there are a lot of people that take this process seriously. And I'm still trying to comment on the final Martis Valley West parcel. And now I have to dig into the Tahoe Basin Area Plan to provide comments to the Regional Planning Agency.
Thank you, Ella. If you could wrap up your comments, please.
Comment there, I don't have the right to comment before the board. So I'll finish up with saying, as a side note, it's getting past prohibitive for me to print this stuff also. Thankfully, I can read on the computer, but sometimes you need a hard copy. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Robert Hines. I've been a resident of North Lake Tahoe for 19 years. I would like to address my comments. My comments today directed strictly at the Martis West development and the adjoining Brockway campground. I have been in a 100,000-acre wind-blown wildfire. I can tell you with absolute certainty, nothing that is initially planned for the safety of evacuation goes according to plan. There are always going to be more aggressive drivers trying to get out ahead of slower drivers. We are dealing with Highway 267, which is a two-lane highway, one lane in each direction. The traffic congestion already presently is backed up for miles. It can take more than an hour to get from Highway 28 and 267 to Truckee. Now, add to that a summer evacuation with residents and guests all trying to get out at the same time. I assure you it's going to be a death trap. There will be no evacuation alternatives. There's only Highway 89 and 267 for the entire North Shore. We've also spoken with the fire commander in Incline Village, who told us that 267 is also one of their evacuation routes. Please, I urge you, do not rush into this. 760 homes paralleling Highway 267 with a 20-year building permit, with logging trucks, construction vehicles, and then you have a 550-space RV camp right next door with 100 RV hookups with boats and trailers and people sitting around open fires, smoking and drinking. The possibility for an absolute catastrophe, an unavoidable evacuation, an impossible evacuation from the North Shore, to rush this project through is absolute insanity. I mean, it is dangerous, it is life-threatening, and I urge you, please, take your time and put this issue to rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Is there another speaker in Tahoe that'd like to address the board during public comment? Please state your name for the record.
It is the Collins. I want to follow my husband with 267 and having this enormous project in proximity to this campground. It's a developing king fire that we saw from our deck that was coming up near Squaw Valley with flames shooting out of it. It was the scariest thing we've ever experienced up here. And you just think, when you're here, we're stuck in a bowl. This bowl runneth over. We're just developed out and we can't afford any more. We really wanted to consider helping us, and people are gonna die if there's a forest fire. They're gonna die. It's gonna be like Oakland all over again and worse. So we really would love for you to consider squashing these projects. It's a matter of health and safety. It's safety for everybody. Thousands of people will be in danger. Thank you for listening. Please consider these words.
Hi, my name is Cindy Zeddies. I'm here with Joe David. We're the owners of Sierra Tire on the corner of Highway 267 and 28. It's my understanding today that the owners are in closed session negotiations. We haven't been notified by neither the owners nor Placer County. And basically right now we want to know what our future holds. Like I said, we haven't been notified of anything so far from our landowners or yourself. This is our livelihood. This is our life. This is not only our livelihood, but 5 other families that we employ. I don't feel like anybody has done us justice as far as notification of how many years or months or weeks we have left in our business. We want to know our future. And, you know, any type of notification that we get, other than from the general public, would be great. What is the plan if you are to negotiate and sell the property? What is the plan to relocate our business? What is our time frame? And basically, I'm looking for more communication. So thank you for listening, and I hope that you help us in finding a solution to that piece of property. As I hear it's supposed to be a roundabout of all things. Thank you. Do you have anything to add? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker up there? Thank you. Okay, we'll now close public comment. Would you like to address the board on something that's not on the agenda?
With your pleasure, it's on the agenda for later on today.
Well, then, the time to comment would be when we take up that item. Thank you. Okay, we will now take up our 9:30 timed item, which is Community Development Resources Agency, and it is appeal of the Planning Commission's decision regarding Willow Park planned residential development. EJ, George.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable boards of supervisors. My name is George Rosasco. I'm a supervising planner with the Placer County Planning Services Division. The item before you today is an appeal of the Willow Park subdivision planned unit development request to gate their community. So the proposed gates would be located on PFE Road and Cookriolo Road. Let me see here. This is the general location of the subdivision in regards to the rest of West Placer. This is the actual subdivision. I believe this is a gated emergency vehicle access onto Cookriolo right now. And this is the main entrance off of PFE Road at this time. The gates would be installed at both locations. There would be pedestrian access during daylight hours, pedestrian bicycle access. At the time that this subdivision was approved in 2001, gates were prohibited specifically in the conditions of approval. However, since that time, the homeowners association has requested that Willow Park be gated due to the increased vandalism within their recreational and open space areas, as well as a desire for privacy due to growth in the area. Gates are not inconsistent with the planned developments And additionally, the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan does not specifically prohibit gates. It does, however, say it is the goal to create residential development which allows human interaction, bicycle and pedestrian circulation. This would still happen during daylight hours due to the unlocked gates. There are two other issues that I wanted to touch on quickly. One is the vote of the Planning Commission. It was tied at 3-3 with one absent. Therefore, the request to change and allow gates at Willow Park was denied by operation of law. There's one other quick issue that I wanted to touch on too. It's an internal disagreement within the homeowners association, which you may or may not have heard about. Part of the homeowners state that the homeowners association needs 67% to act on the gates. The homeowners association is asserting that they only need 51%. However, this is not a county issue. This is an internal private homeowners association issue. The advice that we got from county council was that the county only had to make a determination that the homeowners association had the ability to act with regard to the gates. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the requested modification to allow the gates. I don't have anything else unless you have any questions.
Thanks, George. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, and I will open it up to the public for comments. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Michelle Engel. I'm the current president of our homeowners association at Willow Park. I'm also a homeowner there as well. I'm going to use my 3 minutes after we allow these gentlemen here to speak. We have David Storr, who's our current property manager since December of last year, and the two other board members, and then I'll use my 3 minutes when they use up their 3 minutes. David Storr is a former planning director for Folsom, a former assistant city manager for Elk Grove, and a former assistant CAO for El Dorado County.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning.
Board of Supervisors, members. With about 25 years in the public sector, if it's not gates, it's going to be tattoo parlors and medical marijuana. So welcome to the club, and I know you've dealt with these things before.
Thank you.
The first thing I'd like to do is thank staff for their diligence and keeping their eye on the ball with respect to this particular discretionary application that's before you. Particularly Lisa Carnahan, Michael Johnson, who I work with in Folsom, E.J. Valde, and George. In addition to legal counsel at the commission, which I think is here today, I mentioned eyes on the ball, so to speak, and I want to kind of just show you this. And forgive my love for the letter N right here, but I do want to kind of tongue-in-cheek take you through this little spreadsheet that I put together with respect to who has spoken on this particular issue very quickly. This stuff right here, my highlighter's not doing a great job, but you can see right here, but these are the things that should be looked at with respect to the law, so to speak, the documents that you have, your general plan, your West Placer Dry Creek specific plan, your zoning, and then some of the noise that you'll hear that you've seen in the staff report, what was referenced just a moment ago, issues. So if you look by the vote of the community, the people have spoken on a 33-24 vote for whatever reasons, whether you like crime, don't like crime, like gates, don't like gates, whatever the issues are, the people there took a vote, and I think this was about just over a year ago. So these would be the residents, and down here I've actually broken it down so you can kind of see the number of votes, that kind of stuff. Then you go to the West Placer MAC, they denied it on a 3-2 vote. And you can see here that they didn't really look at any of these particular issues, but talked about the trouble they had with conflict and the costs associated with installing gates in the community. The Planning Commission staff recommended approval of the project because it was consistent or not inconsistent with this Dry Creek specific plan. And also then did not get into any of these issues. We weren't able to get any kind of feedback based on the findings. The Planning Commission is their vote right here. So if you look at the number, the people who have spoken on this issue, you're still ahead on a positive, if you want to call it that. And again, this is the tongue-in-cheek kind of stuff. But what I'd like to do is just keep the eye on the ball, so to speak, with respect to these particular documents and your recommendation from staff, which is to recommend approval of the CUP modification. We support the conditions of approval, and particularly the findings that have been made in your staff report relative to finding number 3 with respect to the CEQA exemption, and also with condition number 4, finding number 4 that has findings A through D in your staff report, and also attachment C, we concur with the conditions of approval. That being said, thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Garrett Hamilton. I've been in Willow Creek since 2010. My wife and I are raising 3 young children in the neighborhood. I wanted to speak to the level of community support. I submitted copies of a petition that went around our neighborhood in February and March this morning to the board because it was not in the record that I saw in the packet that came out. And just so you know, support for this gating project in our neighborhood is at about 2 to 1. There's 53 houses that signed that petition. Let's say for argument's sake that 2 or 3 of those houses decided to change their mind. You're still at 2 to 1 because there's 76 homes in the neighborhood. For your information, we've had 3 houses sell since December. I've personally met all 3 of those homeowners, and they have all told me that they want to gate the neighborhood. One as recently as last night. He's in the process of moving into his home on Bulrush. His name is Rod. He and his fiance are very much in support of gating the neighborhood. I bring this to your attention because, as you can see from Mr. Store's report, the vote last summer was 33 to 24 of the homes that actually cast valid ballots. And I just wanted to speak to that. The previous board that put that vote together, put it together, and even though the committee to gate the neighborhood had asked for options to finance the neighborhood gate over a 2 to 3 year period, they basically put the ballot together and said, if this passes, your first half payment of the $1,600 and so of the cost is due in July, which is about a month after the election. And even though no long-term financing options were put in there in that vote, it still passed 33 to 24. The current board has spoken to the neighborhood and told them that we are offering 2 and even 3 year payment plans for people. And if there's a true financial hardship, we're going to work with people on an individual basis. And as you can see, current support is around 2 to 1. I just wanted to thank, before I finish, Jack Duran. He has directly engaged our neighborhood. He came to a community meeting on a Sunday afternoon this spring to speak with us, and we really sincerely appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Barry Heisler. I'm the Vice President and Treasurer for the Board of Directors for the Willow Creek community. Just wanted to bring up a couple of comments. I realize as we've looked at the financial situation on this project, it does represent some financial burden for people. We are trying to find ways to minimize that impact and spread the payments over time. In my mind, there's 2 basic reasons for opposing the gate. I won't go into reasons that I think are for it. It's some people just don't feel that it's aesthetically pleasing or worth the money, and I get that. My view is that with the majority of votes casting for the gate, it's a democracy, and I have to support moving forward with the gate as part of my role as Board of Directors. On the second issue of the financial impact, I do realize that there are different circumstances around the community, and we are taking steps to try and minimize that impact and spread the payments over time. But there will be a cost of putting in a gate, and it's our responsibility to do that in a fiscally prudent manner while not overly burdening the homeowners in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, again, I'm Michelle Engel. Just to touch on some of the issues that had come up with the MAC and with the Planning Commission. One, as you've already heard, was the financial burden that's been expressed. Just to give you guys an idea of where we started at, when we purchased our homes, first of all, most of our homes were purchased for close to $500,000 to $700,000. When we purchased our homes, we all signed documents agreeing to pay our HOA fees. At that time, all of our fees were $159 a month. They went down and then up again as the years go on, and that's typical. The fees now with the gate are $170, so it's $11 more a month that people are paying now as opposed to when they first bought their homes. if that $11 more a month is difficult for people, as Garrett and Barry have mentioned, we have offered for people to spread the payments out further. The total cost for the gate per house is $1,675. Some of the other issues that came up is some people were complaining, well, when we bought our homes, there wasn't a gate there. We were told there wasn't going to be a gate there. When my husband and I, when we bought our homes, we were told that a gate is possible. Standard Pacific told us that Standard Pacific was not going to be submitting to the county to get that approval, but that a group of homeowners who already had purchased homes were already interested in getting a gate, and they were establishing a gate committee. And Eric Johnson at Standard Pacific was assisting those homeowners with getting that committee going. So there's a large group of us who bought homes with the idea that this was going to be something we were going to get to see. Some homeowners came in and said they didn't want a gate, and the realtor said, yeah, there's no gate. So it really just kind of depended on what side you were on as to what you were hearing from the realtors. You know, they wanted you to buy the house, so that's kind of where we're at with that. In addition, the vote dispute that came up, I know you guys were told not to really worry about that or consider that, but it has been a hot topic, and it actually did influence some of the MAC members and some of the Planning Commission members. Our attorney, Bruce Inman, sent a memo recently kind of touching on all of those issues that were brought up, and hopefully you guys had a chance to read it. I know there's a lot to digest there, but just so you understand, the former board had a former attorney who put together this vote last year. Part of the board members and homeowners then disputed that vote when it didn't go in their favor. That former attorney actually wrote a memo supporting the packet that he put together. In addition to his opinion, our current attorney, Bruce Inman, also concurred with him that the vote was legal, it was valid. So you might be hearing a lot about that today. Just try to think about it. If there's any questions that you have, please feel free to ask us. Some of it can be quite a little confusing here and there, but if you have any more questions or concerns later on, feel free to invite me back up here. David can help. Garrett and Barry can help as well. Okay?
Jack?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for you.
Yeah.
The park that we met at.
Yes.
That park is not a county park. That park is maintained.
It's private, yes. We live on, our whole community there is private.
I wish I had a picture of it to show them.
Yeah.
It's a very nice park. When I was there, we talked a little bit about some of the things that you've experienced as far as recent events of vandalism. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been kind of ongoing. There was a lot of vandalism that occurred during the development phase. There was a big copper theft issue that was going on. Since then, we have had, vandalism to our park. It was caught on fire once. We have issues with teenagers coming into our park late at night and lighting matches, and condoms are being left around. People are having property stolen. We've had vehicles stolen. That was just within the last couple of months. Placer County, we are run by the Placer County Sheriff over in that area. They have limited resources, so they are in support of any added security. We all know that it's not permanent security, it's not indefinite, but it is an extra layer of security. Morgan Creek and Morgan Greens right across from us, they just got approval for their conditional use permit modification for the same reasons. They've been noticing an increase in a transient meth problem in the area. They're hanging out down the creek there, and they're walking in and they're vandalizing homes and stealing stuff. So it's been kind of a consistent problem, and we're a little worried that it might get worse because we have the Placer Vineyard specific plan that got approved. That's 14,000 homes. We have a community right next to us that's going to be developed with a large chunk of homes. One right down the street that's going to be developed. So it's all this. We're going to be exposed and we're going to be open, and we don't want to be the only community in the area that's left open for people to just come in and do what they want.
And you also have a gate in the back of the.
Yes, the back entrance is already gated. It's just kind of a generic emergency gate, and we just want to replace that with sort of a nicer gate that will actually be a little bit more effective in the case of an emergency. Right now it's kind of padlocked, and the replacement gate would actually allow for easier emergency in and out access, so it would actually be a benefit for us to have that.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jim Wilcox, and I'd just like to talk about, from a personal standpoint, as a personal homeowner, as opposed to the board. I'm a resident of the Willow Creek subdivision, and I'm an advocate of the gate. In order to make the community a better place to live. I've volunteered in the Willow Creek sub in various capacities as on the architectural committee, safety and security committee, landscape committee. I've attended religiously the various board meetings. And so this is over a period of 5 years. So I have a pretty good idea of the comings and goings and the subtle nuances that take place within the subdivision. I know it well. My wife and I live at 3050 Bull Rush Street in Roseville in the Willow Creek subdivision, and this is our dream home. We, as well as my daughter, Nicole, who also purchased a home in the same subdivision, so there are two. The Wilcox family is well represented in that subdivision. We bought in the first phase of the subdivision, so we have a unique perspective of what was represented and what wasn't. And they, Standard Pacific, definitely indicated to both my wife and I, as well as my daughter Nicole and son-in-law, the prospect of gating the neighborhood at some point. So why the gate? Well, from my point of view, our house has been broken into once. Our cars have been broken into twice. Our next door neighbor, their house has been broken into twice and 3 times in terms of their vehicles. Again, we live near the Cook Riolo gate, which is, I'll just make it quick. I want to make sure I get all this stuff in. In my 35 plus years working in the capacity of a safety and risk management person out in the public sector, I believe that the gates being voted on today by the Board of Supervisors represents another layer of security for the homeowners. And I definitely advocate strongly that you vote for these. Summarizing in terms of facts, key facts from your perspective, and as well as ours, is that the total home, in terms of vote, the total homeowner participation rate, this goes back to June of 2015, was out of 57 of 76 homes, it's 75% participation rate. And if you take a couple people out because they are not eligible to vote, it was 77%. Just kind of one other quick point. We've also had a recent petition, and the petition indicated that 77% of the homeowners are pro-gate. And so, the percentage has increased from the June 2015 timeframe to the March 2016 timeframe. There's overwhelming support. That's my point. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Is there another speaker? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
I'm Dale Harrington. I'm going to speak in opposition. May I provide a little chart to each supervisor that'll make it easier to read my poorly drawn chart? After hearing all that, I would like to say if I believed 30% of it, I'd be here with my checkbook in hand asking you to approve. We do not have a crime wave. We have occasional vandalism, as any neighborhood would. We have not had cars stolen and taken from our community. We had vandals who took 2 cars and switched their positions. No car, to my knowledge, has ever been broken into. Any car that's been entered has been entered because it was unlocked. No car in a garage was ever disturbed. I will stipulate, yes, there was a majority election. The project started with in earnest with a petition in 2013. The petition cover said that gates could be built for $1,000 per family and that the board could supply money from reserves to moderate that. And they gave a figure at the outside of $1,300, but with money coming from the reserves. They were advised constantly that it's illegal to take money from reserves. We know that gates are a minor effect on security. This is a $140,000 project. When the current board became the board and began pushing to get this through, they knew they could not take money from reserves. It's against the law. But also, everyone has to pay. That's California law. So this $140,000 has to be spread equally, which means those who are opposed to it have to pay equally. But what did our board do? I'll do it in 1 minute. Our dues in 2015 were $133 a month. Today we're being charged $170. Our reserve contribution has gone from $42 to $10. That, over 2 years, is $58,000 not going into reserves that will eventually have to be made up. $32 from that 42 is going into the gate, plus another 37. This is for 2 years until the 1658 assessment is paid off. And in the future, these dues which are being held down artificially will have to be raised. The reserve dues will have to be raised to make up for this $58,000 that's not going in. The long-term additional burden is going to be $35 to $40 monthly, or about $440 annually per family. This was carefully explained to, give me 20 seconds, carefully explained to both the MAC and the Planning Commission. They voted against the CUP change. We ask you to uphold that decision and deny the appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning.
I'm John Selmer, and I've been an owner since 2006. And I purchased with the idea that there would be no gate. Now, at the last Planning Commission meeting here, I told the board, the commission members, that we had a 67% requirement from the homeowners to authorize our board to have a request to the commission. Now, the county council misconstrued what I said after I spoke, and she tried to tell the board that I was arguing that it's the Planning Commission who has authority to make approvals. Of course, I agree with that. And I want to make it clear to all of you, what I proposed at the Planning Commission meeting was that our rules required that our board needs 67% before they can make a request to the Planning Commission. And they didn't get that. So really, there shouldn't have been a Planning Commission meeting hearing. They didn't get the 67% to authorize them. Now, the county council then went on to say that generally homeowners have an additional layer of approval over board actions. That additional layer of approval was our requirement to have 67% before they can make a move to the Planning Commission. Finally, they referenced the legal opinions. Here's what the legal opinion said. Incredibly, our rule says it requires 67%. Their attorney said that it only applies to condominium projects. I said, wait a minute. It's in our CCRs. We're not a condominium community. So what's he talking about? That provision is in our rules, and it requires 67%, not just some condominium project rule. It's our rule. So please acknowledge it. And please vote to deny this appeal, because there shouldn't even be an appeal. Now, if I have time, I'd like to show you how our board is continuing to disregard our rules. They want us to pay for the assessment. Again, we have another rule that requires 67% approval to pay for a major change in assessments. They disregarded that. When I brought it up at the last homeowners meeting, what did they do? They disregarded it. They didn't publish my objection in the minutes. When I asked them to publish that in the minutes, they refused to do it. I wrote a letter to the owner of the planning agency, and I said, why don't you, where is the legal opinion that requires this 67%?
If you could wrap up your comment.
Okay. He could not tell me where their legal opinion exists. So I ask you, please don't let our board overrule the rules. We are trying to live by the rules. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Good morning. My name is Beth Cook, and I'm a homeowner along with my husband in Willow Creek. Thank you for your time. We are in favor of the gate. We've lived in Willow Creek since very end of 2006, when only 17 homes were built out. We've seen a lot of things change over the years. I won't take all your time repeating everything, but there have been vehicle break-ins. There have been people in garages while people have been asleep upstairs. There's graffiti. Our play structure was burned down. We've had people camping in our park. We've had residents go to the park, take their kids to the park, find folks drinking in the park and issuing threats when the sheriffs were called, threats of physical violence of non-homeowners in the park. So there has been a lot of things going on. Dry Creek School was recently closed in the last few years, and it was mentioned off the record, but still mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting that somebody would have considered voting a different way if the school was still open, but I submit that the school being closed is a bigger problem. On a weekly basis, I see, well, I wouldn't say on a weekly basis, but I have seen drug sales. I know they occur regularly. I know of children who have been approached to buy drugs on the Dry Creek School campus. This is a stone's throw from our neighborhood with a gate that's open. So having a gate on the backside, we live along the backside of Cookrealo, so in the nighttime when our windows are open, we hear people walking down there. We hear them at the school. We hear them come in through our neighborhood. They're utilizing our park at night and destroying it. I don't want to say they, but it's just, I think a gate there would create an added layer of security for us. There's just a lot of stuff going on there that's very concerning. With the medical marijuana sales in unincorporated Placer County, the grows that are being discussed, that's an additional traffic coming through. The continued development, but no plans to increase sheriffs, is my understanding. We have 314 homes planned to go in right here with a footpath coming down Cookrealo into our neighborhood. Let's see. That was it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Come up, state your name for the record, if there are any more.
Hi, my name is Renee Labriola. I'm also a resident at Willow Creek, and I am in support of the gate. Thank you so much for your time. I don't want to touch on points that other people have already spoken about. I just wanted to let you guys know, as a mom, I am a stay-at-home mom. I live in the very first court in the neighborhood, and because of that, I think I'm in a unique position where I'm able to see a lot of the traffic and the things that are going on during the day that a lot of people don't see that live in our neighborhood because they're gone most of the day. There's an incredible amount of traffic that comes into our neighborhood for no apparent reason. They drive in, they drive around, they look around, some people get out, and the car drives off. I see a lot of very odd things going on during the day. And so I do want you to know that traffic is also an issue, not just crime. It's people that will race into our neighborhood just to make U-turns. And with young children on bikes and, you know, in our neighborhood where you want to keep them safe, it's scary as a mom to see people racing into your neighborhood. So that touches my heart. I hope that makes sense to you. One thing that I don't know if anyone has mentioned yet has been the divisiveness in the neighborhood. I know at the original MAC meeting that I attended, that seemed to be an issue for the committee. They seemed to think that it was sort of a divisive issue for our neighborhood, and they didn't want it to become an issue for voting for the gate. I can personally say that I know that there are people here that are probably going to stand up and speak against the gate, but we're still friends. I know that our neighbors right behind us are not for the gate, but we can still hug each other, and their son can still come over to our house on Sunday and watch football, and we can all still get along, even though we're on different sides of the fence. So I hope that the people that are for the gate and the people that are against the gate can support the idea that we can all still get along no matter what happens with this. And then I just want to reiterate that the homeowners association dues are $11 difference from the day they bought their house to today with a gate. $11 difference is to Starbucks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Hi, my name is Barbara, and we recently moved into the subdivision in March of this year. In 2007.
I'm sorry, could you give us your full name, please,
Barbara
for the
Moore.
record?
Barbara Moore.
Thank you.
Okay. In 2007, approximately late 2007, my husband and I looked at purchasing a home in the subdivision, but at that point in time, we had decided to wait. When we were looking, the people from Standard Pacific had told us that there was a high likelihood that it was going to become gated, that they weren't going to do it, but that the people in the homeowners association that was getting going they were looking towards doing that. But at that point in time, it wasn't feasible for us to do that. We have 6 kids, and it just wasn't our time. So coming down the road, we found what we call our dream home. This is our retirement home, and we moved in March. In April, my husband and I attended the meeting that was held, and I stood up and I voiced my opinion in favor of the gate. We've only been in this subdivision a few months, and I have several times walked out to people on the street where a car was pulled over in front of my home, asked them what they wanted, and they just said, oh, well, we just pulled over for a minute. Okay, I have a problem with that, because while my children are grown, I have my grandchildren quite a bit. If you go back to the first picture that you had up here, when you go in on Canopy Tree Street, it's the one where you show the entrance to Canopy. On this, nope, that's the back, this one. That 2-story house right there, the gray one, that is my home. So when you pull into the subdivision, there is only one home on that side of the street before mine, that we face the street. We see all the traffic coming in, the ones that are going fast, the people that are driving slow, the ones that you can tell they don't quite fit because it just doesn't make sense the way they're driving. You've never seen them before. And that concerns me. It greatly concerns me. And when I listened to this, oh, and after attending that meeting, I just want you to know, the following month, I received a nasty letter in the mail. So, as telling me that I need to take pride in my home and I need to do this and that. And there was nothing wrong with my yard. There was nothing, I mean, we hired a company to take care of it. You know, we just moved in. I felt that was in retaliation of me speaking out in favor of the gate, and that's not okay. But the one thing I want to remind you is that, well, there may be dissension within the homeowners association as to why or if it should be approved. That's dissension within the homeowners association. And I would ask that you please keep in mind what you're really looking at is if we are allowed to get the conditional use permit. The legal requirements for that. And if we meet that, then I ask that you approve the gate and you support our request. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? See none, I will close the, please come forward and state your name.
My name is Debbie Conchila, and I am a Willow Creek homeowner for 7 years. And when we purchased our home, the conditional of approval prohibiting gates was in effect. That's why we bought the home, is there was no gate in the community. One of my main concerns is there is only one entrance exit into our community. We've been told that the proposed gate will function if there is a power outage. However, a few months ago on PFE, a car hit a power pole causing a power outage. The community right across the street from us, Morgan Creek, Morgan Greens, their gate on Cucuriello malfunctioned and did not open for over an hour. So people, luckily they have another entrance in and out of the community. We would have been stuck either inside of a community or outside of a community. We can't afford to have the only gate malfunction and keep people locked in or locked out. One can only imagine the chaos if an emergency occurs and we were trapped. The HOA board called a special meeting a few months ago where Supervisor Jack Duran was in attendance, and the board stated that they wanted to make concessions to make everybody happy. Their concession was to actually leave the gate open during the day. So if there's so much worry about crime, why would the concession be to leave the gate open during daylight hours? That just doesn't make sense to me. So we don't understand why Supervisor Jack Duran and the board would present this as an option if crime truly is a reason to install a gate. Why leave the gate open during daylight hours? One of the reasons we moved into this community was its location on the outskirts of Roseville in a country setting, and again, no gate. So the report that you received said that the proposed gates would be consistent with the character of the general area where other subdivisions have similar gated entrances. This isn't true. The report states 4 communities, but it lists only 3. American Vineyard Village, this was approved back in 2008, and it was approved with a gate. So on day 1, when you moved into that community, you knew you were moving into a gated community. Number 2 is Cabral Ranch. This community only has 12 homes. It doesn't compare to our community, and again, moving into this community, you know you're moving into a gated community. The third one is Morgan Creek, Morgan Ranch. This community has homes over $1 million. They have a golf course, they host weddings. You can't compare this to our community either. And plus, this community was half gated when it originally opened years ago. So in essence, the additional gate was to complete the original gate project. What the report does not mention are the two communities currently being built, one right next door to us that is not gated, and the one right down the street that is not gated. So I disagree with the report stating that the proposed gates would be consistent with the character of the immediate area. What is true in this report states that the subdivisions within the Dry Creek West Placer Community Plan are not supported by the MAC or the Planning Commission. And one last comment is the board did receive a letter from the lawyer saying that the 67% was not needed, and they paid $1,000 to get this letter written. So we actually went and talked to a couple of lawyers that said you do need the 67%, but we didn't pay $1,000 to get a letter. We just had the information. We went to the board asking for $1,000 so we could actually get a handwritten letter too, and they denied us. They said too much money had already been spent on the gate and they weren't going to spend any more money on the gate. Yet when the denial happened a few months ago at the planning committee, they turned around and spent another $552 for the appeal after saying too much money had already been spent. They have an open checkbook to fight this. We don't. We don't have representation on our side because the board is voting for it. So we ask you to say no and oppose the gates. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? Please come forward, and if you could not repeat things that have already been stated and make your, we have a very busy agenda day, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
My name is Karen Frazier. I am a resident of the Willow Creek area. I've lived there for about 8 years, and I am opposed to a gate being built in our community. I just briefly wanted to reiterate briefly what John had said about our 67% vote. And just a side note that Morgan Greens also has the same elements within their CCNRs. They abide by it. The only difference was that theirs states that there's a 51% vote of all majority homeowners. Ours declares a 67% vote. And with that, the fact still remains that only 33 of our homes voted in favor of gating this community. That is less than 50% within our community. We've also had a manipulation of figures that are being mentioned. Misinformation has been going out to the community from the start. Even today, Mr. Storr, the form that he showed, he has let the community know, our board has let the community know that the past vote by the Planning Commission was a no action vote. They would not state that it was a denial. And on his form, I did note that he did put the word denial there, but that's just a way to manipulate the people. And even the percentage within the 24 votes that were against the gate was a manipulation figure. If you're taking it in 24 of 57 is actually 42%, not the percentage that they showed. Another area of contention is our conditional use permit itself and whether or not it is a project document, because that would follow under the lines that they need a majority, 67% vote, to make any changes to that. And we have not received that. This document is a 39-page document. It was the original document for our neighborhood. It states within our CCNRs that we must vote to change anything within that. And we have used the CUP several throughout the years that in reference to it, that for example, the Mow Strip, big contention on whether or not we can remove trees. It's in our CUP, not our CCNRs, and yet we're supposed to be abiding by that. So it's something else that we're not following. The right of affordability, we are supposed to, I guess, claim that we're destitute in whether or not we can afford this. And I believe that it is not right to subject your neighbors to pay $1,700 per household and the increase of our dues on a permanent basis in order where less than half of the neighborhood is in agreement to this. There have been several comments that it's only raised by $11. No, it hasn't. It's raised by $50. That's a significant amount to consider. The issue of crime. Again, there's a lot of the terms of, well, there's been a lot of crime. You'd think that we live in the Detroit area. Our crime rates are very low. I have brought actually statistical figures to our neighborhood. Crimemapping.com is a great resource for that. Our numbers are extremely low in compared to other areas within Placer County. All of the break-ins, there's been nothing that's been actually broken. It's people leaving their doors unlocked, their cars unlocked, and somehow I'm responsible for that when they're not taking responsibility themselves.
If you could wrap up your comments, please.
I just ask that we live, there are people that are opposing this, that we live on every area in our neighborhood, every street, and our comments have been ignored, we've been laughed at, we have been ridiculed and shamed, and it's not right. We have not, our rights have not been upheld by this board.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Morning.
Is there anyone else who wants to address the board on this issue? If not, this will be the last speaker on this item. Okay, thanks.
Good morning. My name is Paolo Canciella. I live in the community. I've been there since 2009, 7 years. I am completely opposing the gate for various reasons that you've heard. Just want to point out a couple of things that I've heard here and either in favor and contradicting. I live in the second court as you come into the community. I've been a realtor in California, realtor for 14 years, and I feel that I have enough experience in communities, both gated and ungated, and I can tell you hundreds of stories of theft and crime and so forth in gated community that are worse than non-gated communities. Second court, where I live, there's a couple families that both have 4 kids in each family and a couple other kids on another home, so 10 kids in that, 5-home court. Those kids are playing on the street, I don't want to say all the time, but now in the summer, I see and I hear them all the time. I work from home. I spend a lot of time outside, both in front and back. So I see it as kids, and there's my joy of life, to see people and kids happy. And watching those kids play on the street and no danger, to me, it's a fulfillment of life. So when we talk about crime and gated and so forth, I think it's a false sense of, I don't know what I want to call it because it's not security. I think it's just a status for some people that maybe live in a gated community. It's more prestigious, I don't know. Myself, I like the freedom to come and go. I like the freedom of people. We are complaining about kids going and play at the park and don't belong. I say, what's the problem with that? You know, we complain all the time about kids spending too much time in front of the video games, and then we complain if a neighborly kid comes and play in our park. What's wrong with that? I personally have no problem with that if they go and play basketball in our park. Let it use. That park is hardly used. Why can't kids go and play basketball in our park? I feel that our community is a lot safer than others. There's a lot of reasons why the gate would create a lot of problems, health reasons, safety reasons, because we only have one gate, one entrance, one exit. The other gate is not functional. In case of malfunction, as I mentioned, we would have a major issue. So I really beg you to vote against it for all the reasons that I know you've got letters from many people, including myself. I hope you consider turning down this project. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration.
Yeah, I've got some comments, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is part of the job that gets real difficult, and to see, you know, a neighborhood and community that's kind of having issues over an issue like this. You know, my job is to take a look at whether or not a particular project has met the criteria that the county has set forth in its codes and regulations, and make a determination as to whether or not you know, that has been satisfied. You know, I did at the MAC meeting take a look at the agreement that they were talking about in this whole vote thing, but the supervisor in me and the attorney in me just told me to keep my mouth shut. I'm glad I did, because after consulting with county council, that, you know, that's really not our issue. Board of Supervisors doesn't get embroiled in the politics of a local homeowners association. And each and every one of you should know that when you join a homeowners association, you gave up a little bit of that bundle of rights as a property owner to the homeowners association. You know, and I have been a vocal advocate of property rights here. But when you give that right over to the homeowners association, you know, you have to abide by what the group desires, and not getting into the politics of you know, who did this and what did that. That's your business. If at the end of the day you don't like what the Board of Supervisors does here, you have an avenue to resolve that. And I'll be completely honest with you. I'm not a gate person, and if somebody tried to impose a gate where I live, you know, I wouldn't be too happy about it. And I own a law firm, and I would bring pressure to bear on that. But at the end of the day, if things didn't go my way, being part of a democracy, that's the end of the road. You know, I either stay where I'm at or I hit the road, Jack. You know, so I'm going to be supportive of this desire for the residents of this community. Like I said, I'm not a gate guy, but when the community takes an action and they comply with what we require from the Board of Supervisors, you know, there's not much that I can do at that point. We have a process for a reason. The MAC has their bite at it. The Planning Commission has their bite at it. And when things don't go right at the Planning Commission level, it comes to the Board of Supervisors, and we have to resolve it. We're the final discussion on that. So for those of you that are going to disagree with me, you know, that's just kind of the way it's going to be. So I'm going to be supporting the gate in this particular instance.
Other question? No, actually, public hearing is closed. We've spent a lot of time on that, but appreciate it. But no, this is up to the board now. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, does your thing not light up and tell you?
It
who-
does not
Oh,
light
really?
up, no. Yeah, so just throw something at me, Kirk. You
Okay.
enjoy doing that anyhow.
Sure. Let's see, I'm looking for something heavy and large. So, on the question of the gates, where we typically have requests from builders to include gates into projects, when we see conditions of approval for a project, the conditions of approval state that a gate has been approved. And then we have, of course, all the requirements regarding the building of the gate and all the other things. Where gates have not been requested as part of a project, I don't recall conditions of approval of a project then taking the affirmative step to specifically prohibit a gate. In other words, if a gate hadn't been requested when the project was first put forward, why would the county go to the step in the conditions of approval of this project 15 years ago to specifically prohibit the construction of a gate, since it's typically a permissive activity upon request by the applicant? That's for somebody on that side of the table, yeah.
I thought it was rhetorical.
No, I'm curious to know. I don't recall seeing conditions of approval of projects where they weren't requesting a gate, where county planning staff found it necessary to say, there shall not be a gate as a part of the subdivision. We don't say there shall not be a helicopter landing pad as a part of the subdivision. There are a lot of things that we could say that you can't do, but unless somebody's actually asked for it, do we typically specifically prohibit?
Yeah, I mean, we've actually done both. In areas where there's been contentious projects, specifically regarding gates, we have prohibited gates in conditions. In particular, with this project, this one just says any entrance feature needs to be approved by the DRC. In this case, it requires a modification of the conditions to do that. So we've done it both ways, and I think it.
Okay, I think what you just said, though, sounds a little different from what I had heard and what I'd read. I thought I had read that conditions of approval of the project specifically prohibited gates on the subdivision.
You heard that correct.
Okay.
So without, and it says, if you want approval of gates, this is a process you go through. So prohibitive unless you go through
Do you happen to recall, not that you're old enough to have been around for this, but do you happen to recall if when the project came forward the first time, they requested gates? This project, were gates requested as a part of this project when it was first reviewed by the county?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Then why would the county have affirmatively taken the step to prohibit the gates?
Well, I don't think that's what I'm saying. So on this particular project, if you look at condition number on page 266.
221.
221, which condition am I in the wrong? The planning commission said.
221. Oh, I'm looking at a different condition. 221, page, condition 66.
We have both sets from the planning commission. So condition number 66 states, any entrance structure proposed by the applicant shall be reviewed and approved by the DRC, shown on the improvement plans in our standard language. So it's just a condition that doesn't prohibit it, but you have to go through that process.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that, thank you. The other question I have is, and I asked county council this morning, I know that in the past there have been requests for gating subdivisions. There have been requests for gating subdivisions, and the threshold I had always been told was you have to have 100% approval before the county will allow for the gates. Now, county council clarified my understanding to say that typically that's because when you're talking about gating a subdivision, attendant with that is the abandonment of the public right-of-way of roadways within the subdivision, and county council differentiated between those. Has that been the planning department's experience?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Jennifer?
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking over condition 66 myself, and I'm struggling with what it says, the punctuation being interesting, to say the least, in it. The way I read this is it does say any entrance structure proposed by the applicant shall be reviewed and approved by the DRC and shall not be located within the right-of-way and shall not restrict vehicular access, i.e. gated entries prohibited. To me, that indicates that does prohibit gates. That actively prohibits gates under these conditions of approval. Am I just interpreting that incorrectly?
If I can direct you to the following page, to the top of 267.
Mm-hmm.
It says electronic vehicular gate, pedestrian gates are allowed in the subdivision's entrance at Canopy Street and PFE.
Okay. So why would we in one paragraph say that they're prohibited and the others say that they're allowed?
So Supervisor Montgomery, if your question is regard this project as opposed to other projects, is that your question?
No, I'm just wondering why we don't have internal consistency as to whether they are or aren't allowed at this particular subdivision.
Sorry, if I may jump in here. Why the strike through? The underline is what is seeking to be added, is it not, as a part of what was submitted to the planning commission?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, that is not, the underline is.
That's not the original conditions.
No.
No,
The original
that's-
condition is 66, what Supervisor Montgomery identified. The underlined portion that Supervisor Duran referenced is what was submitted to the planning commission in April to modify the condition of approval of the subdivision 66.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that's how I read that as well. You know, I like Supervisor Duran, I'm not a gate fan. And I'm frustrated to hear that a number of realtors indicated that there was a gate that was envisioned for this subdivision. But the way I read these conditions of approval, it was very clearly and specifically prohibited from having a gate. So I also frankly don't care what the vote was, because that's not our decision as a board. But I'm not going to be supporting this gate. I think the comments about safety, about 5 years ago, we looked at some gates that I voted against, and the safety issue was raised. The data back then and the data currently, I checked in the last couple of days to see if anything had changed, says that there's really no difference between gated communities and ungated communities in terms of safety. There are marginal decreases in some crimes and increases in other crimes within gated communities as compared with ungated communities. So I'm you know, based upon the conditions of approval, I'm going to be voting against this today.
President Holmes, do you have any?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm reading this, page 267, items, you know, condition 66, and at the top of page 267, it says, an electronic vehicular gate and pedestrian gates are allowed at the subdivision's entrance on Canopy Tree Street at PFE Road. So did the developer decide?
No,
That's the added language.
That's the new
Oh, that's new language. Oh,
Yeah, that's what's being, that was what was proposed to the planning commission.
Oh, okay.
What was adopted was just condition 66 as written without the strike-throughs and the underline. Yeah. Mr. Chair, I do have one other just comment quickly. If Supervisor Holmes is done, I'm sorry, I don't know. Okay. And I'll say this as somebody who absolutely adamantly is a gated community person. And I say it from the standpoint of somebody that says that you should be allowed to, if you're the project applicant, you want a gated community because you think that there's a market demand for lots behind a gate, fantastic, propose a gate. We recently redid the Granite Bay Community Plan 4 years ago, updated the Granite Bay Community Plan. Huge point of contention. Lots of folks don't like gates. Some folks do like them. I've always been, you want it, great. You don't want it, great. There was no gate when folks bought. I don't think there was any kind of a reasonable expectation that there was going to be a gate. In fact, I think that the conditions of approval very clearly lend themselves to reasonable expectation by those that bought that don't want the gate, when the conditions of approval specifically prohibit and even call out within parentheses, i.e. gated entry prohibited. I don't know how you can interpret that any other way. And I think any reasonable person buying a lot in that subdivision should have bought with the expectation, even though, quite frankly, I'm all for gated communities. But if you bought in this subdivision with these conditions of approval issued by this county, you should have expected you were not going to get a gate. And I don't see how we as a board can force people to live behind a gate should they choose not to live in a gated community by virtue of what we as a county had previously prohibited. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will move that we deny the request for the gate.
I just want to point out that the condition prohibiting a gate is what brings us here. It would be required for the homeowners association to come back for a gate, rather than if it wasn't a prohibition, they probably could have built the gate on their own authority as a homeowners association. And I also wanted to point out that there were similar conditions in the previous gated request for Morgan Creek also.
Okay, so I haven't commented yet, so just a matter of comments. I'm going to vote against this motion today. I'm actually inherently a non-gate person, not an anti-gate person, but I think our land use development standards ought to focus on building communities, so there are explicit standards in my mind as to whether or not a gate is appropriate, but this one actually fits that. So for example, if a project has significant through roads in it, those are the kinds of things that cause me to want to vote against a gate. But I would point out that what we're considering here is a change in the approval of the conditions based on a perception by the property owners that conditions have changed. Specifically, crime has increased and some issues that they have as it relates to their park specifically. And since the majority of the homeowners actually feel that way, I would acquiesce to that. But with that, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Euler? No, excuse me. Yes to my motion, no to the request for the gate. Sorry, let me clarify,
Could we
yes.
restate the pending
Yes.
motion just to be?
The motion is to approve, or to deny the requested approval for the gate. We have, well, the
deny-
recommendation, let's put it in the form of the recommendation from the planning commission, or, excuse me, from planning staff, that the motion then is to deny the appeal filed by Mr. Engel on behalf of the Willow Park Homeowners Association. And with that, I believe the rest is obviated. So simply my motion is to deny the appeal.
Right.
Start over again.
So with that, and now that I'm clear on what my motion is and I don't vote against myself, I am in favor of my motion. Aye.
Duran,
No.
Holmes.
Aye.
Montgomery,
Yes.
Wygant.
No. Thank you. Okay, we will now move to our 10 o'clock timed item, which I think is.
Thank you, Chair. If, just point of record, for the record, could we get the findings provided by county council to us?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
Just contact clerk of the board or me or whomever. So, our next item is to consider a resolution approving the Placer County Transportation Management Planning Agency draft expenditure plan, and I think Ken is going to introduce it, and then Celia is going to take it from there.
Just a brief introduction. Good morning, Chairman, board members. My name's Ken Grem with Department of Public Works and Facilities. Today, we're asking you to adopt a resolution approving the draft expenditure plan for a potential transportation sales tax initiative that could go on the ballot in November. Important to note, your board is not voting for a transportation sales tax today. That is really only up to the electorate to be able to do that. But today, we have Celia McAdam with the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency here. She's going to talk about what is happening. Her group has been organizing the discussion about this and what the process is, and answer any questions that you might have. So with that.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Board of Supervisors, as well as to have the clicker for the presentation. And let me start out by apologizing, because this is a presentation I know a number of the Board of Supervisors have seen a number of times. But I think it's really important for the public, those who are watching over the internet or here in the audience, to understand some of the background of what we're discussing here today, as well as the substance. So let me first set the stage. And that is that Placer is a great place to live and to work, and we have a lot more people that are interested in doing both over the course of time. And what we're looking at is about 25% growth through 2045, and the economy and the job growth that accompanies that. But that also means that all those residents and those businesses are going to need to get around. And we know how important transportation is to our quality of life and our economic vitality, and what we want to do is preserve that. But with that growth, we're looking at the growth in vehicle miles of travel of about 44% between 2008 and 2030. And let me put that in terms that people can get their arms around. Right now, or when we did this estimation last year, if you were at the Placer-Sacramento County line going eastbound on I-80, going through the 8065 interchange and going north on Highway 65 to Blue Oaks, it would take you about 9 minutes on average. In the next 7 years, we estimate that will take 35 minutes. But if we can implement the improvements that we need to happen, that can go down to 7 minutes. And it's not just traffic, it's also pavement. And I know the Board of Supervisors is keenly aware of the pavement condition issues all around this county. Our pavement condition index, which is a measure of the quality of your roads, what you want that number to be is 85 and above. That means your roads are in good condition. Right now, the average countywide is down to 69. In the unincorporated county, it's 62, and in the city of Colfax, it's 40, which is not much better than crumbling. And the problem is not just the roads, it's also the bridges. About 15% of the county's bridges need repair, and about 30% of them need replacement. And as you know, like any other kind of maintenance, the longer you let it go, the more expensive it gets. So we at the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency have done a lot of work to try and keep up with our transportation demands, and we've been very successful in leveraging what dollars there are out there. But we've spent all of our current and future dollars in making that happen, and we don't have the funds to deal with this next wave of improvements that we need. And that's the big challenge, is the funding here. We've got some great plans, which I'll talk about in just a moment, but the problem is money. The gas tax is, people think the gas tax pays for transportation, and the gas tax funds that we do get all go to transportation, but the problem is they're a declining revenue source. The last time the gas tax was raised was back in the early 90s, and it is a set dollar amount. It is not a percentage. So the state gas tax is 18 cents a gallon, the federal is 18.4 cents a gallon, and that doesn't change regardless of the amount that you pay for gas, and it is not indexed for inflation. So the effective buying power of the gas tax is about a third of what it was in the early 90s. And at the same time, you have vehicles that are far more efficient, and you have alternative fuels vehicles that pay no gas tax whatsoever. So it becomes a declining revenue source. And when it comes to the state, not only do they not have funds from the gas tax as a declining source, but they're also not interested in doing any kind of road improvements. In fact, I was at a presentation with the chair of the Assembly Transportation Committee, and he said that the Brown administration has made it clear that they would not pay for not one more lane mile. And that's just not something that my board is supportive of in terms of dealing with our congestion, that they see and recognize the need to expand our roads in order to support our economic vitality. We have been very aggressive about developer impact fees as another way of generating funds for transportation, and we have taken that to the maximum. There are requirements by the state on how much you can assess a developer for their impacts, and we fully do that. But under the law, you cannot assess a developer for existing problems, and you can't assess them for road maintenance. So those are other avenues where we're finding problems. So what many other counties have done, going back to the 1980s, is develop their own local transportation sales tax to fund those transportation priorities on a local basis with local control. And about 85% of the state's population is covered by those transportation sales taxes, and Placer is one of the largest counties that does not have one. So here's where we stand. We've done a great job in leveraging the dollars that we've gotten, and we've built some really large infrastructure projects, but our needs don't stop there, and we've got essentially a big hole. So my board has looked at a lot of different options for balancing the credits and the debits. We've looked at high occupancy toll lanes. We've looked at the Placer Parkway as a toll road. We've looked at legislative changes that allow us more flexibility to use what dollars there are out there, and influencing the rules on discretionary dollars that are more in our favor. But frankly, as I mentioned, from the standpoint of the Brown administration, they're not persuaded by those arguments, and what we're seeing are more and more restrictions and silos on what dollars are out there. So the situation has kind of become desperate. This is a conservative county that doesn't like taxes, and it's, I think, a testament to how desperate the situation has become that we are proposing a transportation sales tax like so many of those other counties have done. So that sets the stage on what we're talking about. And as Ken had mentioned, we are not asking you about the sales tax per se. What we're asking you about is the expenditure plan that is attached to that sales tax. And there is a process to put a transportation sales tax on the ballot, and the first step is to go to all the jurisdictions on this draft expenditure plan. We've been to all the cities that have all approved this. Now we are at the county, because in order to move forward, statute requires that a majority of the jurisdictions and representing a majority of the incorporated areas population, plus the Board of Supervisors representing the unincorporated population, all have to approve the expenditure plan before it can be considered and acted on by the local transportation authority, which in this case is the Placer County Transportation Planning Agency. That action is scheduled for our meeting tomorrow, and then should the board adopt that ordinance for to put the sales tax on the ballot, it would come back to your Board of Supervisors on July 12th for it's my understanding it's largely a ministerial action to actually place the measure on the ballot. And this is a little graphic that explains that process. So I do want to just let you know what is in the ordinance, and this is just an FYI. Again, you're not acting on this. It is a sales tax of 0.5%. It would be a 30-year sunset. It would generate about $1.6 billion over that period of time, and it would be spent in accordance to the expenditure plan that you are going to be looking at. And I do want to mention that your county council and the attorneys from all of the jurisdictions have been deeply involved in putting together this ordinance, and we have incorporated all of their comments in what we've put together. There is included in the ordinance an independent citizen oversight committee that would oversee audits and annual reports to make sure that the funds that are generated are spent in accordance to the expenditure plan and what is in the ordinance. And the expenditure plan, I am going to go into a lot more detail. So this is an overview of the percentage distribution of the funds in the expenditure plan. As you can see, the majority is going into the road system. Just under 45% goes into a series of major highway projects, and about 30% goes into local projects that I'll talk about more in a minute. So in the major project category, the big project that we have is the 8065 interchange. This is the project that I get the most feedback on, complaints on. I'm sure you're hearing the same things. It is not only a congestion problem, but it is a safety problem. We have had 13 fatalities in the last 6 years in this area, and that doesn't account for all the fender benders and side swipes that occur with the traffic congestion and the weaving movements that you see, particularly on eastbound I-80 as you come up to the interchange. This would widen the viaduct section, which is the area that is north of I-80 on 65, and eliminate the weaving movements that are in there. It would also add freeway-to-freeway ramps that go from I-80, 265 in both directions, and add a collector-distributor system to essentially channelize the traffic so that there wouldn't be the weaving movements that you see particularly on eastbound I-80. We would also widen Highway 65. It would be 10 lanes closer to I-80, and that's actually part of the 8065 project. It would go to 8 lanes to Blue Oaks, and then go to 6 lanes north of Blue Oaks to Lincoln. And I want to note particularly on this that 70% of the funds for this project come from developer impact fees. And I did mention that we have very aggressive developer impact fees, but one of the shortcomings with those is that they're collected at the time of the building permit. And what happens is then you save up all the money from all those fees from the building permits, and then you build the improvement. Well, the problem is that your traffic gets worse and worse as those building permits and all the traffic generated by that new development. The other benefit of a transportation sales tax is not only contributing to this project, but it also provides a financing vehicle that allows us to front the money to build these improvements before the traffic gets even worse, and then be paid back by those developer impact fees. That's also the case with the Placer Parkway, which I know you're very familiar with. It's the new road that would connect Highway 65 to Highway 7099 in Sutter County. And this is the area that there's so many plans for economic growth and educational centers, the universities are out there, and this provides access to that. About 95% of the funds for this come from developer impact fees, but again, you have that chicken and the egg with the development. This would allow us to front the money and spur these improvements and then get paid back. Improvements on Highway 49 are also really important, and this would provide funding to match some funding from Caltrans that would allow not only widening of Highway 49 from I-80 to Dry Creek, but also add sidewalks, bike lanes, landscaping. You can see a graphic idea of what it might look like after the improvements. This is at Fulweiler / Elm looking north. You can see this would really improve the aesthetics as well as the safety of the area. Again, another developer impact fee program project, Baseline Road Widening. This is one that we heard a whole lot about as we were out in the community talking to folks about transportation needs. We heard loud and clear that Baseline Road needs to be widened sooner rather than later, but of course those that impact is being paid for by developer impact fees, and saving those up, this would allow us to front the money. And I love this picture. On Google Earth, there are no cars. So this is not a representative picture of what it really looks like out there. We would also add auxiliary lanes, essentially a 5th lane westbound on I-80. Instead of that lane that leaves the freeway at Douglas, it would go through all the way to the county line, also adding an auxiliary lane going eastbound towards Rockland Road and eliminate one of the merge movements that is as you go towards Rockland Road, and allowing capacity for, essentially holding capacity for some of those backups staying off the main lines and dealing with some of the safety issues there. There are a number of interchange projects that would be part of this all over the county. Again, you see Google Earth is thinking there is nothing going on out on I-80 at Rockland Road and some of these other areas, but it would allow for the reconfiguration of interchanges for safety and capacity, as well as building the Nelson Lane Highway 65 interchange to a full interchange capacity. Then we have improvements to transit, particularly rail, very popular here in Placer County. This would allow us to build a third track between Roseville and Sacramento that would allow 10 round trips a day on the Capital Corridor rail service, as well as give us seed money to start building bus rapid transit out to the western Placer County area, particularly those universities. Those are some of your best transit riderships are college students, and so we want to take advantage of that. Also, enhancing our dial-a-ride service. We have an aging community here that there is more and more demand for dial-a-ride service for our senior and disabled communities, as well as our commuters. Every person you put on a commuter bus, you're taking off of I-80 or on 65, and that helps with that capacity, as well as provides a real benefit to those commuters in terms of their quality of life. Then is one of the biggest parts of the expenditure plan, I think one of the greatest interests to the jurisdictions, is the 30% that would go by formula, and the formula includes road miles and population, that goes to the jurisdictions for local transportation needs. And those are primarily local road maintenance, filling those potholes and resurfacing those roads. And that's a need all over the county. There is a requirement in the ordinance that says that 1/2 of the funds that go to Placer County have to be spent on rural road maintenance and repair. But quite frankly, in we asked the Public Works Department to give us an idea of how they would spend the first 5 years of the allocation, and it's virtually 100% going to rural road maintenance. So I see that as being a very important but easily achieved bar for the county. And this allows, as I say, this is just the first 5 years estimate of what the county would do with the maintenance funds, and you can see that those are all over the unincorporated areas. There is also a set aside for the Tahoe area. 3% of the funds will go to Tahoe for their specific and unique needs, and that includes things like trails, trail maintenance, enhanced bus service. It could also, and probably would also go for road maintenance, and that would be up to the county working with the locals in the Tahoe area to determine what those expenditures are. There is also a 4 3/4% of the funds go to a bicycle and pedestrian and neighborhood electric vehicle fund that would enhance, as well as safe routes to school, that would allow for the construction of those facilities. And then there's also a little over 4% goes to a competitive projects program. And what this is the fact is this sales tax is 30 years. And I would like to tell you that I'm psychic, but I'm not. And things are going to happen over the next 30 years that we don't anticipate. For example, there may be infrastructure for driverless cars that comes up. There may be funding sources that we don't know of now that, if we have the matching funds, could be very competitive for. And this allows a pot of money that has that flexibility that allows us to jump on those opportunities and make even more improvements to our transportation system. And if over the course of the 30 years we don't use those funds, those would go back to the local jurisdictions under the same formula that I mentioned previously. And then there is a limitation of 1% of the funds, no more than 1% of the funds, would go for those audits that I mentioned, administration and accountability, making sure that those annual reports are published and they're on the internet, and making sure that the public has the assurance that these funds are handled locally and in accordance with what they would be voting on in November. So we are now here at the decision to proceed. We are at the last step in the approvals of the expenditure plan. And so we are looking forward to moving forward at our PCTPA board meeting, and ultimately coming back to the Board of Supervisors for the placement of the ordinance on the ballot. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, I've got a
Jack.
couple of questions. And this may be a question of one of strategy as opposed to one of purpose, but why not a special election? Why the general election?
This may be a question for those who are more in the strategy part of this, as you mentioned, but it's my understanding that you get the best turnout in a general election, and that is, it's important that people have their say. You get less of a turnout in a special election. And also, as part of this, we have to reimburse the county for the cost of the election if this is successful, and it is less expensive when you're on a general election as opposed to a special election.
And I've heard through the grapevine that Sierra College is being pressured not to place their ballot on the for vote. Is that true?
I know that Sierra College is considering putting their bond on the ballot, and I don't know whether they will or not. That might be a question for others.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Jim?
Yeah, regards pressuring Sierra College, I don't think there's any pressure. It's just a matter of can both measures pass on the same ballot? So I don't think anybody's pressuring anybody. But I want to thank Celia and staff and the team that's been working on this for the diligence that you've done, reaching out to all the communities, making sure that the jurisdictions have what their needs are and where that money's going to be spent. I'm grateful to see it come to this far, and hopefully tomorrow we can move to the next step. So, but thank you to all your staff for the work you've done to make sure that all our jurisdictions are going to be taken care of under this.
Robert.
Jen?
Yeah, I also want to thank Celia and her staff. This has been a great deal of work and a great deal of outreach for all of you. I really appreciate you coming to the far eastern end of the county and presenting to all the municipal advisory councils up there. The municipal advisory councils were all in support of the proposal when it came in front of them. I also really want to thank you. I see a representative from the City Council of Colfax here today. I want to thank you to your outreach to all the various city councils, including Colfax and Auburn. I asked you to make the case for Eastern Placer County, why and how specifically this would benefit Auburn, Colfax, the unincorporated areas of Eastern Placer County, Tahoe specifically, and I'm satisfied that you have demonstrated that, and I'm delighted to say that I am going to be in support of this action today. But thank you for going above and beyond for all the outreach. I appreciate it.
Kirk, do you have any comments? It's the pleasure of the board. We have a resolution. Is there anyone from the public who would like to, I apologize, like to address this item?
Only two.
I'm Michael Garabedian, representing this Placer Group Sierra Club. We also appreciate the work Celia and the agency has done. We participated in the stakeholder group, but we have values. You are having handed out the second page is the Sierra Club letter written last July that outlines, especially on the second page, our agenda. We are, the major issue is the using major new capacity construction. We feel it was not a good use of public funds or using public funds to raise money to build new freeway, new highway capacity, because it doesn't work. Capacity does not open up. Building more lanes induces more traffic, and you have a handout on that from UC Davis. You can see the headline of that. And yes, the state and federal government are not funding new lanes. Absolutely, they aren't. And we're talking here about opening the gate to starting local funding that's been in the past heavily supported by the state and feds. This is a problem also. there are important steps towards multimodal in this as we support. But the mass transit is our increasing mass transit to deal with our rapidly expanding development is our number one issue. We also have great problems with pre-funding through using your fund in loans by the agency to build. Developers should be paying up front. That's how we should be doing it. And we note the Placer Ranch, where you've invested $1.2 million to be the developers, would be enhanced by building the parkway in advance, using this money to get a certain proportion back from the developers. So what have we been doing? And we take this issue very seriously. One of our approaches was to rough up a 1/4 cent sales tax increase to sort of flesh it out, because we respect the need for local roads is really critical. It's critical for bike and pedestrians to have safe local road improvements. And we also recognize that there's a need for increased lanes for bus-only transit, lane user fee mechanisms, and that kind of thing. So, so the 1/4 cent idea is something that would increase transit a bit, but drop the major investment in new capacity, which we think is not going to work, and it is really misleading the public about providing that potential capacity. Now, we welcome comments. We have participated and have not taken a position on this yet, but we really think that we need to rethink opening the gate to locals supporting freeways. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Ms. Gerben, you identified yourself as speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club?
Sierra Club Placer Group, yes.
Okay. Is this the same Sierra Club that is a signatory in support of our Placer County Conservation Plan?
I can't answer that question. I know the Sierra Club has participated in that plan very heavily and still is.
The Motherlode chapter of the Sierra Club has been consistently participating with the conservation. So your group of the Sierra Club has nothing to do with the group of the Sierra Club that's been working cooperatively with the county on planning our 50-year build-out strategy, which includes this transportation element. Your group of the Sierra Club has nothing to do with that group of the Sierra Club.
No, that's not true. Our group has gotten regular reports and updates on that, and still do. And I just don't happen to
So
know
then
the.
is your group of the Sierra Club
If you
in
tell me
conflict?
if you tell me the Sierra Club has signed it, I will believe that. I just don't happen to be familiar with that.
Yes, the Sierra Club has been working in concert with the county.
Absolutely, I know that.
In support of the conservation plan, which is the 50-year build-out footprint for our county, which includes these transportation elements, including the new road capacity.
Well, I'm not aware of that, because the Sierra Club is
Then I'm
participating separately
informing
in
you
this.
that that's the case.
Well, I know that this plan has been done accepting all of the local development plans. It hasn't questioned those. That the Transportation Planning Agency uses all of the plans that are in place to define their projects and what they want to go forward with. Now, I think that there's a problem with Sierra Club policy with that. Now, that is my opinion. It's not my decision. It's the decision of the Placer Group and other entities of the Sierra Club. And I'll look into your comment.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Supervisors, appreciate your time. Sam Toll from Loomis, California, representing the Libertarian Party. It should come as no surprise that we oppose any additional taxation to solve problems that are supposed to be solved by current funding income streams. I can remember as a kid when I first moved here to Placer County, sighting in my rifles out where Stanford Ranch currently is, and have watched Highway 65 and all the growth and, of course, the growth of traffic and thoroughfare that has accompanied that. Proper planning and putting the onus of the infrastructure on the backs of the developers is a place where, the responsible place for that kind of funding exists. I understand that that's hard to do. And in order to make a project pencil out, having a tremendous amount of money required from the developers up front might make the difference between a project being approved or not. The fact of the matter is that In the presentation given, it appears as if the public transportation issue might be something that is somewhat of an afterthought. It strikes me as remarkable that light rail does not connect Auburn to Sacramento and to the airport. Obviously, that requires cooperation with lots of different jurisdictions, but in looking at the amount of traffic that I negotiated while I was owning a business in Sacramento and drove every day, and looking at the amount of traffic that exists on Highway 65 between downtown and our county here in Placer, it seems to me that a lot more attention should be focused on alternate methods of transportation. So with that, we would ask that you look for a different way of funding this other than asking single mothers to endure the burden of a place where perhaps a developer might be more responsible or more capable of providing the funding. So with that, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Please step forward and state your name for the record, and don't be shy. We're way behind schedule, Ron, so take your time.
Thanks, and I sense you're going to vote for this. I appreciate your... my name's Ron Trebus. I work with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, and I work with the Tahoe North Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association, and serve you all on the PCTPA board also. I just wanted to update you on something that I'm going to have to ask you to keep totally private and not spread the word, because I just got the results from the survey that your board funded for the voters of North Lake Tahoe to see how their feeling is about the elements that were included in the expenditure plan of trail improvements, transit improvements, and road maintenance. And it was with all of our suggestion that we go to a direct voter survey in the North Lake Tahoe area, and the same company that provided the countywide one, which gave us about, I think, 2 hits at North Lake Tahoe on a percentage basis, prepared this with our help and with the county's help. And this just literally came to me last night during the softball game, and I, of course, had to leave the game to read it. But what the point is that there was a lot of support and discussion in the questions to the voters on trail improvements and maintenance, transit enhancements, and also the need for the local road maintenance. And near the end of this, then we got into asking a couple of questions about the support of this, and lo and behold, believe it or not, there was a 72% definite and likely to vote yes on this particular measure if it got to the ballot. So that's where we are on this, and within the next couple of weeks, we'll have a good, solid report on this whole voter survey. Thank you.
I have about half an hour.
No.
Hello, Supervisors. Gray Allen, longtime resident of Roseville, 306 Diamond Oaks Road. I'm here in strong support of this plan, the tax plan and the expenditure plan. As this long-term resident, I've seen the growth in Placer County and the transportation system keeping up with it greatly enhance the quality of life, but we're falling behind. And this well-thought-out plan, I think, will address the needs that we have now and in the future. So I appreciate your support of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's nice to be here. Nice digs. Peter Hill, recovering elected official. As most of you know, I've been involved in Placer County, Rockland, and transportation planning for many years, both as a staff planner, as a board member, and as chairman of the board of the Regional Planning Agency and part of the Transportation Planning Agency activities here in Placer County. Based on that experience looking at this plan, I would urge you to approve it. We all know that we need to improve the transportation facilities in the county. The transportation facilities are the lifeblood of the county, from Lake Tahoe, all the way to Roseville. And this is a well-thought-out plan that maximizes the impact of the dollars using all available resources. And as you know, PCTPA has a very good reputation in California in transportation planning on maximizing the dollars. So this is a well-thought-out plan. I urge you to vote for it. It will be a big benefit to the county.
Thanks, Peter. Next speaker.
Greetings, and thank you for allowing the public to speak. I am a city council member with the City of Colfax. I serve on the Air Quality Control Board, former member of SACOG, and a couple, 2 or 3 other things that keep me busy. At any rate, Colfax is in dire need of street improvements. We find ourselves in a situation, being the smallest community town in your county. Oh, I'm so sorry. Tony Hesh, Colfax, California. I should know that by now. At any rate, the amount of money that we get as a normal course of events for taking care of our streets, just short of $95,000. That's each year. Okay. Out of that $95,000, the net dollars that we have to spend on our streets is around $45,000. I think every one of you should understand we're not doing our streets. We can barely keep up with our potholes. This is the one opportunity, and I ran for election in Colfax to fix the potholes and get the asphalt fixed. I find that it's impossible. We can't do it. It's not structured so it's possible. This is the first opportunity we've had to solve our problem in Colfax. I strongly encourage you on behalf of the citizens and personally to approve this, let us move forward, get Colfax streets back on track. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the chance to speak.
Good morning, I'm Susan Rohan. I'm the Vice Mayor for the City of Roseville, and I also happen to chair PCTPA this year. I made an effort to write notes and then wore the wrong glasses, so I'm gonna have a little trouble with this. I apologize in advance. One of the most important functions of government, perhaps after providing public safety, is providing the infrastructure we need to support our quality of life and support continued job growth and a strong economy. Here in Placer, thanks to the good infrastructure work that we have taken care of as local governments, when we're able to do the job ourselves, the most critical need that's left in front of us is our transportation system, which needs both major investment and increased capacity, as well as significant maintenance. I'm here today to say we need to keep Placer moving. We have to address the problems locally. I don't think we can wait for the state and federal government to fix this problem for us. Despite our local, state, and federal representatives' efforts, we know transportation in Placer is not a priority for the state or federal governments. We can sit and complain, or we can solve the problem locally. Nobody likes new taxes, but true leadership knows when it's time to just solve the problem. We have gridlock in South Placer that hurts the economy and robs families of their time and their quality of life. We have major backups and safety issues on Highway 49. We have rural roads in the county and roads in and around Loomis and Colfax as examples that are near third world in terms of their state of repair. We need to improve freeways and interchanges like 8065 and around our schools and fix our transportation countywide. PCTPA has done the research the last several years. The staff has met with hundreds upon hundreds of people to talk to them about what the issues are, what our options are, and made all kinds of presentations to people to inform them of the status of what we get from the state and federal government in the way of taking care of our transportation, and what we might be able to get if we decide to help ourselves locally. We've developed a very thoughtful plan that will help us countywide And I'm here today to ask you to support this expenditure plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for consideration. Resolution in front of us.
Move approval.
Been moved and seconded to approve the expenditure resolution as per the prior discussion. Any other comments, Kirk? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We will now take up our 10:30 timed item, which is discussion as it relates to options regarding the county's primary indigent defense services.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office for this next item on your agenda. There are several actions before your board this morning regarding this program area, including reviewing the results of a recent request for qualifications process for primary defense services in cooperation with the Superior Court, and a request for contract renewal for the first and second level conflict services. Specifically, staff requests your board to receive an update on the recently completed RFQ process and provide staff direction regarding the service delivery model for Placer County. Staff have identified two options for your consideration: negotiate with the law office of Dan Kokol for primary indigent defense services, or provide or further evaluate and develop an implementation plan for establishing a Placer County Office of the Public Defender. Second, we request that you approve and authorize the county executive officer to sign a 6-month extension in the amount of $2.4 million with 6-month additional 1-month options in the amount of $400,000 with Richard Chumo and Associates for primary indigent defense services through the transition. Third, to approve and authorize the county executive officer to sign a 2-year contract extension in the amount of $3.2 million, an increase of 4% for first-level conflict services with the law office of Mark Berg. And finally, approve and authorize the county executive officer to sign a 2-year contract extension in the amount of $636,000 with no cost increase for second-level conflict defense services with the law office of Dan Kokol. As your board is aware, California counties are required to provide legal representation to criminal defendants who are unable to provide for their own legal defense. This requirement is typically met through one of 3 service models. 1, a county department with public employees. 2, assigned counsel, where cases are assigned directly by the court and attorneys are paid through a flat fee or an hourly basis. And 3rd, through contract legal services, where private sector law firms provide defense services. Placer has used a contract model since 1971. Placer County maintains 3 contracts for these services. Primary public defense services have been provided by Richard Chumo and Associates since July 1st, 2006. First level conflict services have been provided by the Office of Mark Berg since 1994. And second level conflict services have been provided by the Law Office of Dan Kokol since 2014. Placer County periodically solicits interest from the private market to ensure the contract providers maintain best practices and to ensure efficiency, economy, and accountability. The last time the county conducted such a process for the primary contract was in 2005, resulting in the contract with Richard Chumo and Associates. On November 20th of 2015, the county executive office, in cooperation with the Superior Court, commenced a competitive process to again test the market for a contract provider for primary defense services. Because the county has not established an Office of Public Defender, a contract for primary public defense services necessarily requires the cooperation of the local Superior Court. Under the Penal Code, in counties where there is no public defender, it is the responsibility of the Superior Court to appoint and set the reasonable compensation of defense counsel. Therefore, the RFP process was a partnership between the County Executive Office and the Superior Court. 4 firms submitted proposals for a variety of service delivery models for consideration and review by the panel, including felony cases only, misdemeanor cases only, or a combination of those 2. After initial interviews were conducted by a panel comprised of representatives from the County Executive Office, County Council, the County Department of Health and Human Services, Court Executive Office, the Nevada County Public Defender's Office, and 2 Superior Court judges, full proposals were requested from the top 2 ranked firms, Richard Schumo and Associates and the Law Office of Dan Coco. Both firms were again interviewed and scored, and the Law Office of Dan Coco received the highest scored proposal. There was, however, a significant variation between the cost proposals, and the total Coco bid of $27.7 million being $7.1 million over the Chumo total cost of $20.5 million for the initial 4-year term of the contract. In this case, the higher cost of the COCOL proposal required staff to evaluate the cost of a contractor as compared to the cost of providing the services through a county department with a county-appointed chief public defender. County executive fiscal staff conducted cost analysis of a county public defender's office with assumptions based on applicable costs pulled from the district attorney's office and from county counsel's office. For comparison, a county office is estimated at $30.7 million over the same 4-year period, approximately $2.3 million over the preferred contract bid. It is important to note that the contract costs above do not include death penalty murder cases for which the county has direct funding responsibility. 2 death penalty cases that fall into this category are currently active in the Placer County Superior Court. Those costs are estimated to be well over $2 million. Should your board direct staff to develop an Office of Public Defender, these costs would be handled within the office rather than through outside counsel and represent significant cost savings for a county department model. The Placer County Charter clearly states that the board may contract for services typically provided by county employees wherever it is more economical to do so. This RFQ process was very competitive with the county comprehensive, with the county spending approximately $30,000 on a comprehensive advertising and marketing effort across the state to reach potential bidders. The results demonstrated that there is not a readily available market of private law firms available to take on a contract of this size, calling into question the rationale for continued contracting of these services. In addition, a county office of the public defender would clarify the roles of the courts, the county, and the public defender, as the court would only appoint counsel when conflicts arose in a case. A county department would provide an institutional voice for criminal defense issues as knowledge and experience would be developed and retained over time. Should your board direct staff to negotiate with the Law Office of Dan Coco for primary indigent defense services or to develop an implementation for a county office of the public defender, an extension with the current service provider for up to 1 year would be necessary to ensure defense services remain intact throughout the transition process. Thus, staff is requesting a contract extension with Richard Schumo for these services for 6 months with extensions up to 1 year. So in addition, 2-year contract extensions are requested for the first level conflict and second level conflict services. The contract extension with the Law Office of Mark Berg totals approximately $3.2 million, an increase of 4% over the current contract. The contract extension with the Law Office of Dan Coco totals $336,000 with no cost increase over the current contract. Indigent defense services are fully funded by the county general fund. The fiscal year 2016-17 proposed budget includes $7.3 million to fund indigent defense contracts and additional county-funded costs that may occur with capital murder cases. Based on direction received from your board, staff will return for approval of a negotiated contract for primary indigent defense services or with an implementation plan for developing a county office of the public defender. So that concludes staff's presentation. Mr. Schumo, Mr. Coco, and Mr. Berg are in the audience and available for any questions your board may have, and as our staff.
Thanks, Becky. Any questions by board members at this time? Jack?
Yeah, Becky, how long would it take to implement, in your opinion, a defense bar?
I'm sorry, could you?
How long would it take to implement the defense piece?
If
we
we
were to
move
go to in-house.
to a county department.
Yeah,
Well, we anticipate it would take 6 months to have an office developed and ready to take on the effort, and it may be up to a year to fully take on all the responsibilities.
So it's possible that if we go with the contract, that can morph into a department at a later date.
Yes, that would be possible, yes.
Okay.
And, Jennifer?
Becky, I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you had said. The proposal from Mr. Kokel's office is $27,705,000.
Yes.
That's for a 4-year total. The county is $30,702,691. But the capital case costs would have to be added to the Kokel contract, but not the county contract. Is that correct? I mean, not if it were an in-house county department.
One of the things we explored with the Superior Court was changing the service delivery model, and those death penalty cases, we had discussed developing a separate contract for those. So they would not be included within the primary contract approach, but would result in a separate contract approach that we would develop.
But if there were a department set up that were a county department, those costs would be included in that 30 million?
Yes, that's
For the
correct.
county? Okay, so in essence, if we had 2 death penalty cases in the county over a 4-year period, the cost would end up being just about the same as between the county and the contract?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. Thank you.
Is that cost the fully burdened cost, including all OPEB and retirement benefits associated with hiring county employees?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry?
Yes, it is.
On an ongoing basis, including replacement of employees over time and all the rest?
Yes, it includes replacement.
For whatever reason, your mic isn't picking up. Is there a button you need to push, or?
I apologize.
There
Yes,
you
it
go.
is. It includes all merit increases, increases factored in for PERS, OPEB, and health insurance, as well as our cost plan.
Okay, and that is that's a financial analysis that we have access to?
Yes, I can make that available.
That'd be helpful, thank you.
I had one.
Jennifer?
I had one more question, and it's probably a little bit hard to quantify, but when the idea of this first came forward, I went and did a lot of research about, internal departments versus contracts. And it appears that internal departments to a county or a city or, whoever is managing that, have fewer appearances before resolution than contract models. And I know one of the things that was identified in our criminal justice analysis and master plan was that we have a fairly high number of appearances in front of our courts before someone is finally adjudicated. I think it's about 9. It's 8.5, but
correct.
I don't know how you have half an appearance.
One party doesn't show?
One party doesn't show. Very clever, Kirk. I like it. Were we able to sort of quantify in any fashion as to would there be cost savings that we would expect to be associated with a reduced number of appearances before final adjudication? Because, sorry, obviously I have to finish that thought. The idea is many of those people who have those multiple appearances are actually being held pretrial in jail, so those are costs that accrue to the county.
Yes, that is correct. And I think as we know, we're having separate discussions on this. We know some of the delays in the court system are currently being created by the delay that we have in receiving forensic test results back. So that is something that we are having separate discussions on regarding a crime lab and solving some of those issues. But by developing in-house experienced counsel that would be here, indefinitely, we would hope that we could develop better working relationships and work collectively to develop approaches that would streamline our system and bring some efficiencies, yes.
Jim?
Becky, I just had a question about the death penalty cases. It seems to me that those costs could really overrun. Death penalty cases take a lot longer to adjudicate. So the $30,000 that you say is included in the county model, it seems to me that it'd probably go over that if there was one or two death penalty cases that went on and on and on.
Yeah, if there's a typo in the staff report, I apologize, but it is $30 million. I've heard 30,000 spoken to twice, but it is $30 million.
Oh, I know it's $30 million, but if a death penalty case came forward, that cost could rise.
It could, and unfortunately, my understanding from the defense folks right now is that we have 10 murder cases in the county with 13 separate defendants. So, you know, that is a very unpredictable number, and we don't really have a solid trend line to suggest what that demand would be. But yes, that is clearly a variable cost.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions, comments from the board. I'll open it up to the public. Please step forward and state your name for the record.
Chairman Wygant and members of the board, my name is Dan Kokal. I'm in the unique position of being qualified to provide the primary public defender services here in Placer County. And I've been defending defendants in Placer County for 29 years, 19 of those years as a public defender, 16 of those years as a partner in the firm providing the public defender services. If I am called upon to provide the services, I'm able to do it. I'm able to do it with a very qualified fashion, using qualified personnel, and I'll attempt to make it as cost effective as possible. My bid is higher than the existing provider, and it does get to the point where the county considers a county model. I would point out that the county model that's being proposed involves 43 staff members. My proposal involves 51 staff members, so it's not really an apples to apples comparison. My analysis doesn't allow an office to be adequately run with 43 staff members. That's the same level as the county had in 2006. There has to be a parity to some degree between the district attorney's office and the public defender's office to maintain a level playing field in the justice community, in the justice system, and that can only be realized if there's a parity in the number of employees and the attorneys in the courtroom. Addressing just the issue of making it a county office versus a private firm, as the board is well aware, there's many benefits to using a private provider whenever possible. I believe it's the community's general request to do that when it's possible. We can insulate the county from liability. We can avoid issues regarding employment that occur to the county when there's a county employee at hand. We can insulate the county from employee liability when there's an employment claim. If I am asked to provide these services, I will quickly do so, and I will implement the directions of the Master Criminal Justice Planning Committee, and I will attempt to reduce those criminal appearances down to where they should be, and I'll try to get clients into the necessary services as early as possible. I'm prepared to provide these services if I'm called upon to do so, and I'm qualified to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack?
Mr. Kokol? Just two quick questions. Can you kind of give us, I know you haven't signed the lease yet, could you kind of give us where you're anticipated to be located? And go ahead and answer that.
Sure. I've located space on Industrial Boulevard, just north of the South Placer Justice facility, about 3 miles. It's a perfect location. We've negotiated the lease terms. We're ready to sign if the county asks us to provide these services. It's about 17,500 square feet. It's ideal for the office.
And also, if we did decide to move towards an in-house office, you would be willing to assist us with that?
I would, and I can set up the office, staff the office, tool the office, move in the direction that the county is requesting in the courtroom, and then hand that turnkey operation off to the county for a graceful transition. I'd have no problem with that whatsoever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If the county decided to go with your firm, and you say you have space available, how soon would it take, how long would it take you to set up and take over the services? 6 months?
I could actually do it in about 90 days. I was anticipating a shorter time frame than the 6-month extension that's being proposed. I've been preparing for this since November, so I've done all the steps necessary to be ready to get up and running quickly. I've got all the tools in place, and the tools that take a long period of time to develop are all in place and tested and ready to go. The contractors have all evaluated the necessary modifications to the physical location that we're talking about. I can move very, very quickly. I was planning to move more quickly than is being required.
And how many, do you have enough staff members now, or will you have to hire additional staff members?
I'd be hiring several staff members.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Sure.
I just wanted to say thank you for coming and meeting with me and sitting down and having a very forthright conversation. I really appreciated that. And what I appreciated most was at the end of our conversation, you said that your bottom line commitment was to making sure that folks who needed a public defender in Placer County got the best public defender they could get under whatever model we moved forward with. And I was just delighted to hear that, and I wanted to say thank you for that because it really warmed my heart.
Of course.
With one more question, without getting into any trademark or patent, you had mentioned to me when we spoke that you had some technologies that you would be willing to bring to the table to assist. What kind of technologies are we talking about?
Beginning in the early 90s, I created software to automate our existing public defender's office. That was in place, used for approximately 16 to 18 years. It's a very sophisticated case management system. I've also developed an iPad-based portable case management system that can be carried into court that contains all of the attorney's cases, actually all the office's cases. It's available offline, so even when the user is in a holding cell that has no connectivity, they've got access to all of the office's cases in a real-time fashion. So there's automated tools to track a case, for the attorneys to read discovery and case prior court appearance information. It's just ideal tools that have been developed over a long period of time, and very painstakingly, I would add.
Thank you.
See no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Richard Chuma. I'm the president, CEO, and majority shareholder of Richard Chuma Associates, and we've been providing your primary indigent defense for a decade now. I think there is an option in front of you that is not set forth in your staff report, and obviously you hire staff to make recommendations to you, but there's an option on the table that has not been discussed, and that is to continue with the provider that's been providing the services for 10 years that is in place, and the only thing we have to change is to move to Roseville to follow the movement of the courts to Roseville. When we first came, many of the courts were in Auburn. We had a few days to set up. We located space and rented space in Auburn, and unfortunately, because of the 2-year options, we've been unable to move. No landlord will lease for 2 years. They want a 4 or 5 year commitment. So we have located space in Roseville that is within sight distance of the Santucci Center. It will probably take our attorneys 5 minutes to get there, about 16,000 square feet. And like Mr. Kokel, we've been working on this since November. It's been priced. We've seen the plans. Obviously, we can't make a commitment until this board makes a decision. There seems to be, and as I don't know if you got my letter. I sent a letter to the board members. Hope you had an opportunity to read it because I was advised I'd only have 3 minutes, so I wanted to put some of my thoughts in writing. It's difficult to apply metrics to a public defender's office. It's a service industry. We're not manufacturing things. How you determine whether a public defender's office is doing a good job is a subjective matter. And as an old DA told me, they remember the signposts you hit and don't remember the ones you missed. We've handled over 60,000 cases in this county in the last decade. And I wonder if any of you have had a constituent complain about any of them. I'm advised by your staff that you've had 3 complaints in 10 years, all of which were resolved. I've set forth some of the metrics we can look at in my letter. And I think one of the most telling is you did just pay a substantial amount of money for a study by a very qualified gentleman, Dr. Bennett. And nowhere in there was there a recommendation that this county change providers or form a public defender's office. an in-house public defender's office. So I find it curious that we've come in at a bid that is $10 million less over 4 years than an in-house public defender's office, $7 million less than a private competitor. Apparently they were scored higher. I don't know what the score was. I've been advised it was not a substantial difference in scoring, and yet the only two options presented to this board are the ones that cost either $30 million or $27 million. Now with the death penalty cases, that was actually, in my recollection, excluded from the RFQ. So we didn't provide a proposal on that. In other counties, and we are in 5 other counties, we provide some death penalty services and could do so here. This potential savings you're talking about, the only savings you're going to realize is attorney costs. A lot of the costs in death penalty cases are expert services. Those are going to occur whether you have an in-house public defender or a contract public defender. And those are unbudgeted. You can budget them, but you don't ever know what they're going to be. I hope you'll allow me a couple more minutes here. So I think that savings is a bit more ephemeral than is being represented to this court. They say there's not a market for firms. Well, you found 2 qualified firms that submitted competitive bids, one of which is $7 million less from a provider who's been providing the service. So I really feel a moral obligation, if nothing else, to almost defend the 40 people that I've had providing this service for the last 10 years. I know them. I know them personally. Many of them have worked for me longer than the 10 years I've been here. They've transferred from other offices in our firm. Many were hired from the previous firm. They've been here for 20, 25 years. So when you talk about an institutional voice or institutional memory, I think we can provide that just as well as anybody else, particularly an in-house public defender built from the ground up. We participate in all the committees and have participated in the Master Criminal Justice Plan. And we have, as I indicated, never been reversed for ineffective assistance counsel, never been relieved for ineffective assistance counsel. And again, you probably don't recognize me because you've never had to summon me here to say, Mr. Chumo, what's going on with the public defender's office? And we kind of like that. You're being asked to spend a great amount of money, and I'm sure you have other priorities for this money. Things are nice right now, but what happens if 2008 happens again and the sales tax revenues and property taxes are down? You might find yourself in a financial crush, and you've taken on a burden of an extra $10 million over 4 years, which will continue ad infinitum into the future. As regards Supervisor Montgomery, as regards the studies you've seen, I've seen the same studies, and again, I don't know what, there are good public defenders' offices and bad ones. The one in Fresno where we practice is being sued by the ACLU right now over excessive caseloads. We're not, because I will not agree to handle caseloads that are excessive or beyond the ABA recommendations. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm not seeing the compelling reasons for you to authorize the expenditure of an additional $7 or $10 million over the next 4 years. When, as I say, it's not been brought to our attention what the perceived deficiencies we have are. When they have quite frankly been of the nature that I have heard time and time again with regard to every public defender's office in the state, with regard to every defense bar, with regard to every delivery system, and that is too many continuances. Have you seen your clients in jail? I've been doing this for 30 years. I've heard these concerns expressed about other entities that provide these services. They have occasionally been expressed about us. The thing is, we want to know what those concerns are so we can remedy those concerns. And perhaps in this county, there has not been a great line of communication to do that, whereas in other counties, I have lines of communication where, quite frankly, if a judge has a problem with one of my attorneys, it's not uncommon for me to get a phone call and say, what's this person doing in my court? This is what he did. Would you please correct it? We're not perfect. We're a human organization. We make mistakes. Our goal, however, is when we learn about those deficiencies to correct those deficiencies and to continue to provide a quality service, which I believe we have provided for you in the last 10 years. And it is about representation of the client. That's what we're all about. That's what my staff is all about. That's what they do. They could be in other areas of the law and make more money. They really choose to be in this area of the law, to make a sacrifice on what they make because they like doing this work. They feel it's important work. We are dealing with people's liberty, not money. And it's almost a calling. And I've got a group of 26 attorneys right now that are very experienced in the area, have committed to this area, are prepared to continue to commit to that area and represent the clients of Placer County. And I urge you to consider this third option. Now, aside from that, if this county exercises its prerogative to go another way, we will cooperate in that transition. That's our contractual obligation, that's my professional obligation, that's my obligation and promise to you as a person. We are not going to do anything to upset the apple cart. We will cooperate in every way. But what I'm saying is you don't have to make that step. We are here, we are ready, we are willing, we are able to continue to provide the services and at a substantial cost. And again, the death penalty thing, if you want to negotiate with us to cover death penalties, we do it in other counties. We currently have death penalty qualified attorneys. We are currently handling some death penalty cases. We accept a limited number under the current contract. That contract could be modified or amended to provide for additional representation. So we can capture that cost for you as well to the extent that attorney's fees can be captured. We can make no representations on expert services. That's outside the contract, should be outside the contract, subject to court approval, so we have no interest in the money. And
I'm sorry, if you could wrap up your comment.
I will, and we will do that, however, mindful of the limited resources of this county, which we do in every county that we're in. So we are ready, willing, and able to continue, and I would hope that you would consider that third option. There would be no disruption in services to either our clients or the county. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm certainly prepared to answer those. Thank you.
My name is Juliana Wiseman. I've been in the criminal justice system for 4 years. My victim, I haven't had a relationship with him in 49 years. I think that the domestic violence cases should be moved to either mediation or family counseling and not be held in a criminal justice system for 4 years. I was in an escrow case. Our family sold the house 2 years ago, and I'm still in the criminal justice system. I think that is repulsive. The mental health evaluation was done in a stripped building, and I have no credentials of who the psychiatric person was at all. That is repulsive, and that is not doing your community justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning again, supervisors. I forgot to congratulate the three of you who have just been earned the support of the public. Mr. Euler, Ms. Montgomery, Mr. Holmes. Appreciate the opportunity for you guys to provide us with some more leadership. I, as well, would like to echo Mr. Chumo's concern that his firm, which has provided service for Placer County for 10 years, provides a similar services for 5 other counties across the state, has not been considered to save the county money. We would, as a representative of the Libertarian Party, and I'm sorry, Sam Toll from Loomis, apologize for not introducing myself again. We as a Libertarian Party, as a representative of the Libertarian Party, look to you as stewards of our money as well as the well-being of the less fortunate. And with both of those items in mind, the Libertarian Party, having looked at, from a cursory standpoint, all of the information that's available, would suggest that perhaps a third option, as Mr. Chumo has suggested, would be in the county's best interest. There would be no transitional period between 2 different firms, and we would, as Libertarians, argue that the private sector would be much more capable and less expensive to the taxpayers than creating a new county organization, which, even though it's been suggested that the expenses regarding retirement and benefits have been included into the $30 million figure, we all know that those numbers tend to rise over the years and aren't necessarily in every budget. So I'm going to assume that those have been accounted for appropriately. Regardless, saving the county money while providing exemplary service, which I think the numbers support, 3 complaints in 60,000 cases is pretty remarkable, suggests that perhaps a continuation of the existing provider would be an appropriate course of action. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address this item?
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Martin Jones. I'm the current Assistant Chief Defense Attorney at Chuman Associates in Placer County. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Chuman Associates. I'm also a board member of the Placer Food Bank, and I'm also a resident of Rockland. Normally, I advocate for indigent clients in Placer County. Today, however, I have the opportunity to advocate on behalf of my 40 colleagues at Chumo Associates, which is located on Atwater Road, less than a mile away. 40 colleagues, many of whom are Placer County residents, and depending on your decision today or soon, may be facing the loss of their employment. Indigent defense attorneys appointed by the courts are often the target of criticism by clients, courts, and the public. There is often a stigma that public defenders are less effective than private attorneys and are just looking to plead clients out. I'm here to tell you that that's simply not the case here in Placer County. And I wanted to give you an example that this week alone, our office has 4 attorneys in jury trial. After today's hearing here, I'm going to be going to Department 3 in the historic courthouse to complete a preliminary hearing in a death penalty case, which is part of our contract right now. Later on this week, I'll be doing an SVP trial, which is a sexually violent predator case in Department 4 right across the hall in historic courthouse. So we are quite busy doing jury trials in this county. In fact, at the moment, we have so many attorneys in trial that there aren't any more courtrooms available for other attorneys to do trials. And I guarantee that no other firm in this county is performing at that level. I'd like to share a story that happened in Department 13, which is right down the road here. Several weeks ago, a client's family had hired private counsel. And the counsel came into court, was about to sub in, and the client says, "Judge, no, I don't want to have private counsel come into my case. I want my current public defender, Helen Fong, to continue to represent me." She's one of our attorneys on the felony even team, which is in Department 13 on Thursday and Friday. But I tell you that story as an example to you folks to let you know that there is no stigma at all with being represented by an attorney from Chumo Associates. We've certainly heard a lot of rumors about possible problems, but I'd like to tell you that any of those problems, I believe, are the result of our zealous advocacy on behalf of our clients. I'm confident that the public agrees with this position. I'm confident that the County of Placer agrees with the way we represent our clients. Thank you.
Any other speakers, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is James Shen, S-H-I-N. I'm the Chief Defense Attorney for Chumo Associates. I just want to follow up with what Mr. Jones was saying, and the ultimate question is, does our office advocate for our clients? And it's alluded to in the letter that was submitted by Mr. Chumo, but I've been a prosecutor and a defense attorney during my 23 years as a criminal litigator. And one factor to me that tells whether a public defender's office is truly advocating for their clients is whether or not they go to trial. And I just want to share with you our last year's statistics from last fiscal year. We did 48 jury trials. And first question is that excessive? Considering the fact that we did about 6,500 cases last year, I don't think that's excessive. In other words, we're not exhausting the taxpayers' money, jamming the court with excessive trials. Now, so considering that, out of that 48 jury trials we've done last year, 53% were guilty, meaning the rest of them were hung jury, mixed verdicts, dismissals, and so forth. And I would invite you to randomly call any county public defender's office and ask whether that's a good statistics. I would submit to you that's an excellent statistics, and that shows that our attorneys are truly advocating for our indigent clients. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for questions. And action. First question I have, Becky, can you, have you done any analysis? Could you reconcile for me the 53 employees versus, 43 employees versus 50 as per Mr. Kokel's comment?
Well, I might let the attorney speak to that directly if you prefer, but I do know as far as managing and overseeing this contract, we do adhere to the caseload guidelines, and we do require the firms to submit data on a monthly basis to make sure that they are working within those caseload standards. So I do think, and Mr. Kokel mentioned it, he sees it as an improved caseload approach or improved service approach, but I do know that we do require that minimum standards are maintained within the current contract.
Thank you.
I think
Also,
wasn't your question, Mr. Chairman, more to the issue of what was pointed out in terms of the disparity of a staffing level when costs were considered? In terms of, so what, are you saying that you did evaluate at 43 versus 51?
I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood the question.
That's what I'm wondering,
Yeah, thank you.
So you're
Mr.
$30 million
Kokel, yeah, Mr. Kokel said that in the evaluation, he's looking at a cost basis of 51 employees, whereas the county was entertaining a cost basis of 43 employees.
yes, I can speak to that. The attorney count was very similar, but we factored in that some of the existing costs would be captured in the cost plan, more of the administrative functions that could be provided from the Central Services Department. So that offsets some of the headcount that would be in Mr. Kokel's model.
So specifically, some of the overhead.
Correct.
With the difference, with the number of employee counts would be absorbed in administrative services or other similar departments?
Well, it would be charged through the cost plan, the
Got it.
87 cost plan.
Thank you.
One additional point to also answer Supervisor Holmes and Super Montgomery's question regarding death penalty cases. Within the $30.7 million model in 4 years, we also built in contingencies, $200,000 in 16-17, which would be a half year in our model, and then $300,000 each year after. So it'd be about, so of the $30.7 million, 1.1 is for unknown contingencies, which in theory could possibly offset some of those death penalty cases.
Chairman Wygant.
Jennifer.
I had just one clarification that I think I needed. I think I heard a number of individuals say that Mr. Chumo's offer had not been considered as part of this analysis, but if I understand it, you put out the RFP or the RFQ, 4 people responded. The first cut of that went to 2 proposals, one of which was Mr. Chumo's. And then the group of folks, including, I guess, 2 judges who analyzed the proposals, chose Mr. Kokel's proposal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Chumo had been part of the process and had been considered. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Any action by the board?
Yeah, I have several questions, actually. And it gets more to the issue, I think, of looking at the insourcing now of what has successfully worked as an outsourced model for any number of years. And I'm curious, when did we're pretty far down this road of doing this evaluation on whether insourcing works or not. And yet I don't recall the board having a conversation about whether or not we wanted to have that even presented to us. Is there, did I miss something on that in terms of, did we have a conversation where the board directed staff to go and look at the possibility of insourcing this? Because the last conversation I remember us having as a board on the issue of outsourcing versus insourcing was in 2007 when we had a retreat down in Rockland as a full board. And the board's policy then, in addition to a number of other policies that we adopted as we were heading into the recession, was that we will look for all opportunities to outsource wherever possible. And so I'm just curious as to how this is even an alternative that's been placed in front of us, given that the board's previous standing direction was we look for opportunities to outsource, not to hire additional county employees. So I'm curious how we got here in the first place.
Staff wanted to bring that option to the board based on the results of the RFP. The results of the RFP, as you've heard, resulted in a contract that approached the cost of public defender's office. And my understanding of the board policy was in looking at contracting out, the board would consider county providing the services also as one option in that analysis.
Okay, then if I may, just perhaps as an advisory note in the future, should this occur, I think it would have been important at that point to come to the board and say, this is where we stand. Is the board interested in spending staff resources evaluating an in-source model? Because at that point, I would have expressed my thoughts on a significant number of criterion that I wanted to see incorporated in that in-source model that would truly give us what the board could evaluate to what I would believe the board would evaluate today as an apples-to-apples comparison, plus the intangible that I don't think is being considered here, evaluated here, and that is having friends that have worked and do work in district attorneys' offices in other counties where public defense is a county function as opposed to a contract function, along with the district attorney's office. The politics are extremely different in those counties, particularly the politics around the management of the criminal justice system as we have done it as a system in Placer County, which has worked very well for us. When you have that additional element of the public defender and employees being county employees, there become different weighted factors as you're evaluating different things as a county. San Diego County is a good example of some fun things that go on down there. So anyway, I'm just a little, I was surprised when I heard that this was even going to be an option, given that the previous direction of the board, as I recall it, had been that we will outsource. I don't recall that having been reversed, and in the future, should staff be considering these kinds of fairly dramatic steps, I think that the board should at least be afforded the opportunity to provide input into what criteria should be used for evaluating it as an alternative.
And I believe this is that preliminary discussion. I don't think staff.
Well, no, we're being asked for action today.
Well, their action B would be further evaluate and develop an implementation plan. I don't think staff is ready at this point to really appraise the board of all of the costs and assumptions that would be involved in a public defender's office. But because of the contracts being at their end, staff felt that this preliminary discussion was necessary before taking that staff time to do that exhaustive proposal analysis. As you know, when we do that analysis, we bid the county department as if it's one other proposal, and that really hasn't been done in this case yet.
So, but I guess my point, Jerry, is that if we were truly looking at this venue as an opportunity to provide feedback to staff, we would have a staff report that included at least staff's recommendation on evaluative criterion that would be used for making sure it was the right decision for the county to move forward with. And we don't have that today.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, aside from that, those comments, I do think it's important that we look at this opportunity moving forward on a couple different levels. And I, like our county council, Mr. Carden, kind of expressed that this is the opportunity to kind of take a look at where we want to go. There's a couple of reasons. I don't look at this as just purely an employee outsourcing type situation. I think when it comes to justice in general, there's a reason why the scales of justice balance, all right? And I think heading into a direction where we're going to be adding a crime lab and some other issues, I think it makes sense to move in the direction of an in-house shop, not only for the cost savings, but to manage how justice is dispensed in our county. And I think if you even ask judges themselves, especially our judges here in Placer County, they'll tell you that that's what they would like to see us move towards. It has nothing to do with this firm or that firm. I think it has a lot to do with perception, and that there's a perception when you're billing hours as opposed to not billing hours that maybe there's some difference and there may be something lacking there. So I don't see a problem with going, number one, with a contract, number two, going in a different direction, and number three, setting that direction for an in-house defense shop. I don't see a problem with that at all. And while I'm not prepared to make that decision today, I would expect that if we do decided to go into that direction via a new contract, that county staff would provide the board that opportunity in addressing Supervisor Euler's concerns as far as input of what that shop particularly would look like. So,
Other board members, Jennifer or Jim? You guys.
Well, thank you. I remember the workshop down in Rockland with Supervisor Euler when we did make that decision to contract out with more with outside private work. I'm a little reticent to approve a county department. Everybody complains about the growth of government, and I don't really see the value in that. I see that if we do decide to go in that route, we're going to burn up about 6 more months of staff time evaluating the option when we have a pretty good option in front of us right now with the Copel proposal. How long would it take if the board gives you direction to evaluate the criterion for a standalone department for the county? How long would it take you to go through all that and bring back information?
I think we could return to your board within a month with some good analyses.
I'm sorry, a month?
Within a month, yes.
Are you going to have time to do that? After today? Okay. Okay, again, I'm just hesitant to form another county department, and I prefer to go with the private model as expressed by Mr. Cole.
So I think it's important, again, to recognize that the action we're being asked to take today is to further evaluate and develop an implementation plan. We're not being asked to say, yes, let's have a department, or no, let's not have a department, or yes, let's continue with a private contract, or no, let's not. I was not present, obviously, because I had not yet been elected to this office in 2007 when you had the conversations about outsourcing versus continuing to work with internal staff. But I will say that in the number of proposals that have come in front of us where we had to make decisions about outsourcing versus either keeping county staff or bringing on additional county staff, that decision has always been weighed. There has not just been an expectation that we are going to go to private outsourcing. We've evaluated the pros and cons of each of those proposals, and the way I see this action that's being requested today is, it sounds like Becky thinks that within a month we can come back and frankly evaluate the pros and cons of both those proposals. So I would I would be delighted to see this come back in front of us. Again, I'm completely on board with Mr. Kokol, which is I want to just make sure that whatever our model is, it's the best model for representing folks who need public defenders in Placer County. I don't have a dog in the fight as to whether it's private or a public model, but I think we need to have some solid data to take a look at to determine which is the better model. So those are my thoughts on this.
Well, I think we need to give staff some much more clear direction amongst all of us. But I'd offer up that over all of the years that I've been on the board, the outside contracting of this service has worked more or less well. There have been bumps on the road earlier on where we made some modification, changed direction. and I understand the dynamics of, essentially the fundamental dynamics of the availability of enough attorneys to meet the caseload. I understand Kirk's comments as it relates to having a prioritization at the board level to look for outsourcing opportunities, and so an insourcing change is a difference, although I think the standards by which the outsourcing standards were imposed, adopted by the board, this could very well be something that actually fits an exception to that over time with cost and the caseload. Because essentially, in my view, my words, the outsourcing standards that the board has approved, I think reflect opportunities to find ways to use outsourcing when there's extremely good market competition that drives down that price, and therefore it's less expensive to the taxpayers if we have things like private contractors do landscaping work, for example. I think some of the anomalies here may be such that we might want to consider some differences, but I'm not sure that. One of the pieces of information that I would like requested formally is that we get some more formal input from our judiciary. I know from time to time they are happier or less happy, even though we could offload some of the cost to them for some of the problems that might be caused if we're not running a good program. Would not be county costs, but they are taxpayer costs. So I think we need to be cognizant of that and take that into consideration. So with that, maybe with item 4A, 1A or B, I think 3 or hopefully 5 of us need to provide a little bit more specificity as what our interest might be. And I don't know if we actually need a motion per se, but
Well, I think we probably do need a motion, and let's make it easy and kind of separate out the perhaps the easy ones, and that is, since there's no controversy, or seems to be, on the extensions of the first level and second level of contract, that I would go ahead and move approval of items 3 and 4, and we can at least get those resolved and taken care of, and then we have a further discussion on the primary.
Good. Moved and seconded to approve items 3 and 4, which are to authorize the executive order to sign a 2-year contract extension of $3.1 million, et cetera, and 4, approve county exec's office to sign a 2-year contract extension of $636 as per staff report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And then perhaps in a ultimate display of splitting the baby, speaking of judges, I'm actually interested in considering a motion that would approve item 2 and item 1A and B, meaning that we would go ahead and continue on an interim basis with the contract in place, perhaps give the county a little more time to have further discussions with the bench about the concerns that they have with the firm that has been historically providing these indigent defense services for us, figure out why the bench believes a $7 million increase in service costs is warranted, but at the same time have the conversation with Mr. Kokol about his offer for services, as our motion does say, negotiate with the offices, and then also have this conversation about the Office of a Public Defender becoming a county office, with the board then being able to dive in over that 6-month period of this contract to both items 1A and B. Is that too much of splitting the baby? Is that way too much of having my cake and eating it too?
Jerry can help us if we need more definition of that motion. But
No, I just wanted to make it clear that the motion was to proceed with the negotiation of a 4-year contract with Dan Kokol.
I think that it makes sense for us to do that. At the same time, however, I fully intend, I unfortunately did not have an opportunity to get with members of our bench to find out what was kind of driving this interest in a higher cost option. And so I want to be satisfied that the $7 million bump is really the direction that we ultimately need to go. I'm just not satisfied with that yet, and I clearly have my reservations about proceeding with item B, but in deference to my colleagues who see some interest in at least looking into it, I figure if we're going to extend the contract for 6 months with our current primary provider, while we have these other conversations about the cost of the ongoing service on a 4-year contract, as well as evaluating that thing, kind of rolls it all into one.
And I assume the staff will be coming back with the contract with the final contract that was negotiated with law offices at Dan Kokel within a month.
Why would
Because
it
there's
be within
many-
a month if we're doing a 6-month extension? It would seem that they would have the 6 months to come back to us if we're doing a 6-month extension.
I just was concerned about his commitment on leasing space, or how far he can proceed
And ability to
without,
wrap up.
that's why I was thinking that either bring it, give the staff authority to negotiate the contract as it's been presented through the proposals, or to come back in a month with
Well,
a.
and that's the part, Jerry, that I'm having issue with, is I have a real concern with that $7 million delta over the 4 years. Our board and the bench has never been reticent to approach members of the board about concerns of things happening at the court or within our judicial system in Placer County in total. And I, as a board member, have not heard of concerns coming up in regard to the service level that we've been providing. And so I was a little surprised when this item came to us with the sentiment among the bench that they felt it necessary to make this kind of a change, because I haven't heard that before. And oh, you, Jackson, are getting here.
I have.
Well, you spend more time down there at the courthouse than I do. I would say that by doing the 6-month extension, it gives us time to get ramped up. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the item has to be delayed for 6 months and getting back to us. If we can get back to the item in a month or two and make the determination, that still gives Mr. Kokel his ramp-up time that I think he's looking for and all of that.
And I also wanted to make it clear that our contract will have a termination without cause. So when we sign this 4-year contract, it's not a commitment that will be there for 4 years, although there are certain upfront costs that
Right.
Mr. Kokel would have, that if the board terminated the contract after a year, that could be an additional responsibility of the county.
Okay. So is council saying that what I have proposed in the form of the motion is doable?
Yes, and that's why I emphasized to come back right away.
Good answer.
Okay, so though it is a 6-month extension, it would be in all of our
Sounds like
interests
it
in order
works.
for this item to come back sooner rather than later.
Yes.
That what I heard? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second in front of us. I'm not going to repeat it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you. We will now take up our 11 o'clock timed item regarding the Loomis and Meta Vista Library branch closures. Mary, I saw her somewhere.
Exciting. All right, well, Chairman Wygant has stepped out of the room and handed me the gavel, so fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy night. We are going to move now to item 5, Library Services, Loomis and Meta Vista Branch Library Closures, items 1 through 4. I believe we are going to start with our Director of Library Services, Mary George. Sorry, I was
Good morning,
choking
Board,
to death.
and Chairman. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Board. I'm Mary George, the Director of Library Services. I'm here this morning to ask for your authority to close both the Loomis and Meta Vista libraries. A consolidation of countywide library services is in support of the library's strategic planning initiatives And while a very difficult decision to make, the closures are a necessary first step to rebuilding and modernizing our libraries. In December, your board directed library administration to keep both Loomis and Meta Vista open until June 30th. This morning, library administration proposes a planned transition of both libraries that will allow each to remain open through the completion of the summer reading program on July 30th. Summer reading is one of the library's most popular programs and can see upwards of 10,000 people attending library events countywide. Additionally, a planned transition allows for the purposeful shifting of resources from both libraries to best benefit the county library system. Library staff will transfer approximately 30,000 items from both locations, and with time to prepare, will do so thoughtfully and efficiently. Library administration plans to have the reallocation of resources completed in both locations in September, with enough time for the Meta Vista landlord to take possession of his building by September 30th. The slide that I have before you represents the proposed timeline for the planned transition. June 21st, your Board of Supervisor action. July 30th, summer reading program ends system-wide. July 30th, the Loomis Library closes to the public. August 1st, a 60-day notice is given to the Meta Vista Library landlord by property management. August 31st, all county assets removed from the Loomis Library and building transferred to the Department of Public Works and Facilities. September 3rd, the Meta Vista Library closes to the public. And finally, September 30th, all county assets removed from the Meta Vista Library and building transferred to the landlord. The Town of Loomis is pursuing a lease agreement with your Director of Public Works and Facilities for use of the Loomis facility and seeking to establish a community learning center and/or municipal library. Ken will speak to that lease agreement in a moment. Conversations with the Meta Vista community have been ongoing regarding future service delivery if and when the facility closes. Library administration will continue these conversations and begin future services with a mobile library stop. Library administration will also continue to work closely with the CEO's office and your board to identify the appropriate resources needed for a modern and sustainable library future. Thank you for your consideration today and always for your ongoing support. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding these actions requested or about your library system.
Questions, comments at this point? Jim?
Yeah, just a comment. I just want to compliment you, Mary, and your staff. I know you're a little bit out of your bailiwick going into this political dialogue with the towns and the library patrons, but you've done a great job, and particularly you and your staff, and I just want to compliment you on that. It hasn't been easy for me or Supervisor Montgomery either, but we're used to that. So anyhow, thank you so much for the hard work you've done to stay with this program. Thank
I
you.
thank you very much for that, and I'm very proud of my staff.
Well, so are we.
Robert?
Jennifer?
I really want to echo Supervisor Holmes' comments. Mary, you and Kelly and your staff have really, from my perspective, in terms of the Meta Vista Library, I sort of left the negotiations with Jim, but in terms of the Meta Vista Library and the Meta Vista community, you have gone well above and beyond. I think the expectation of something of this sort of proposal would normally be expected because you recognized how important those services are to the community. And I also want to take the opportunity to thank Friends of the Meta Vista Library, who have been very actively involved in this conversation and have worked diligently along with the subcommittee on the Municipal Advisory Council to identify, what does future library service in Meta Vista look like, understanding that, a bricks and mortar structure is probably not going to be what they're going to get. I really want to thank the folks from the Meta Vista MAC subcommittee who came up with a really good set of proposals from probably easiest to implement to most difficult to implement that said this is what we'd like to see and gave us the opportunity to work with them and say, yeah, we can do this, and this. Probably can't have a bricks and mortar building. Would love to, but probably not going to happen. But the outreach that you did to the community did, frankly, back to the county, has been absolutely phenomenal. While I know there are going to be people who are going to be disappointed at the closure of the bricks and mortar, I think we can very confidently let people know that they are going to continue to have library service in Meadow Vista. It's just going to be a different model. And this, frankly, will allow us to continue to work toward a more sustainable library system that will serve the entirety of people in Placer County. So to echo Jim's words, you guys took the slings and arrows very much, but thank you for all your efforts. I really, truly do appreciate it. I know Jocelyn does as well. And I know that the Meadow Vista community does as well, even though they might not have said that to you, but thank you.
Thank you. We were proud to follow your leadership in Meadow Vista.
Jack?
Yeah, I'm very proud to sit on this board, because I think a lot of other jurisdictions would have been real quick to just kind of push this under the rug and move on. But, and I know it was painful to have these discussions and to flesh things out, but I think that really helps us, and it helps the community, understand exactly what's going on with the system and why we need to do the things that we do. So while I am disappointed that we have to have these closures, and I am very privileged to live in Roseville, that even though their situation is a little bit rocky, they have, we have libraries that I can walk to. The folks up in the more rural areas don't have that. So we need a model that kind of assists them to get those resources that other communities, I think, all too often take for granted. But just like another issue that we're going to be talking about in about half an hour, we have to flesh these things out. There are a lot of people that may not want to talk about library closures, but in order to really understand, budgeting, in order to understand staffing, in order to understand technology and the things that we need to understand in order to make these decisions, that discussion has to occur. Thank you.
I'd also just really like to point out that we will still have 6 fully functional libraries in the 5th district, as well as the bookmobile service. And so Placer County, I like to point out to people, is actually an incredibly library-rich environment. While I would, prefer that we could have identified some way to not take these actions today, we are still an incredibly library-rich environment. And we have, over the past few years, we've made huge improvements to the Colfax Library. We've made huge improvements to the Forest Hill Library. We've made improvements to both the Kings Beach and the Tahoe City libraries. So the focus of this, the idea behind all this pain and suffering, is to get to a sustainable library system that will continue to provide those library services, whether it's a bricks and mortar building or whether it's the bookmobile and the other services associated with that. So I really just want people to recognize that we are committed to libraries in Placer County. We're committed to providing library services. Whether it's Iowa Hill or Auburn, we're committed to providing those services, and this action today, as painful as it is, will allow us to continue to do that.
Questions? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
Michael Garabedian, I live in Rockland. Bricks and mortar, well, a library is part of the heart of a community, and a community without a place where kids may want to go and research or look at books, future writers, the things that having a library in the neighborhood, I think all of us know and should not be doing without it. We should be doing more to make sure that these communities have bricks and mortar. It's a critical thing. It doesn't look to me like the county is doing enough. We're letting firehouses. We're not funding firehouses. We're funding $1.5 million for new development in Placer Ranch out of the general fund.
we really shouldn't be letting these communities go without libraries, without firehouses, without other things. We should not be putting all our eggs in the new development basket and letting our communities go. And everybody may regret this decision, but I'm going to criticize you for it and not just regret it.
Anyone else from the public want to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion on.
Yeah,
Jim, I'm sorry, you did want to say something.
Yeah, I just want to thank Ken Grimm for working with the town of Loomis and Rick Angeloshi, the town manager here, and the town council for allowing them to use that library building, which is very beautiful, for a community learning center, and I think it's going to be an amenity to the town of Loomis. So I know there was a little bit of negotiation going on, and I appreciate the hard work that you did, Rick, and also your staff, Lori Morris and Ken's staff. So thank you for that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, hop back to our department items. We have 8B next. No, excuse me, 8A, which, no, we did do 8A. We do have 8B. South Placer Adult Correctional Facility, Auburn Jail Maintenance Operations, RFP.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Newsom with, I'm Deputy Director of Capital Facilities with Department of Public Works and Facilities. The action requested today is to approve the award of the competitive request for proposals to CGL Facility Management. This is for the maintenance and operations of both of our facilities, the Auburn Jail as well as the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility, for a period of time from July 1 of this year through June 30th of 2019. Additionally, we would like authorization for the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to execute options to renew resulting award for 2 additional one-year periods, provided that it is deemed appropriate to do so. Also, to allow for of those amounts to not exceed 110% of the original aggregate amount of the final year of the original 3-year contract period, and to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to issue change orders in a maximum amount of 10% of the original aggregate amount, and to authorize the Director or designee to sign all required documents. Some of the background on this item is that in 2012, when the South Placer Adult Correctional Facility was completed, the maintenance and operations of that facility, as well as the Auburn Jail facility, was awarded to an outside vendor. And in anticipation of the expiration of that contract, which is June 30th of this year, we issued a request for proposal for vendors to submit their qualifications. We received 4 submittals. Our reviewing panel then scored those and developed a short list of 2 firms. Those 2 firms were interviewed. 1 firm was ultimately selected, and that is CGL Facility Management of Sacramento. A little additional information on the fiscal impact. The proposed budget was presented in November of 2015. However, the estimated cost differs from the new service contract amount, and in order to fully budget the recommended cost of the service contract, an additional $425,262 will be requested as a final budget adjustment for fiscal year 2016-17. So our request is for awarding this contract in a maximum amount of $4,789,124. And I can now take any questions that you may have.
Questions, comments? Anyone from the public want to address this item? Seeing none? Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. That was a second by Kirk. Okay, let's take up item
Thank you.
C, but I want to do a check-in with my colleagues. Thinking of muscling through the remaining department items, some of which at the end, a little bit of time, and then we would target our 1 o'clock timed item for 2 o'clock. And we'll break for lunch and close session concurrently. Is that okay? Okay, good. Thanks. Mark?
Thank you. Mark Rideout, Public Works and Facilities, here today with the item to award a landscape services contract. 3 actions, just briefly run through those. It's to approve the award of RFP 10529 to Cagwin and Doward of Roseville for park and landscape maintenance services, maximum amount of $830,000. To approve an option to renew it for 4 additional 1-year periods with a 10% maximum amount over that. And then to authorize the Director of Public Works and Facilities or designee to sign any documents required to complete this contract. Just as a way of brief background, Parks Division is responsible, as you know, for all the county facilities, open space, landscaped areas, and parks. And following your board's 2010 direction, we began contracting out services in 2012. We started with 15 sites in South Placer, and in August of last year, we followed that up with your board awarding a contract to Pride. It was a 10-month agreement, which sort of let us bridge a period to do a comprehensive RFP. And we're pleased to be before you today to describe the 84 sites that we solicited through this process. I'd like to thank my staff and procurement services for a very comprehensive RFP that looked at each site in great detail. We distributed it widely. We convened an evaluation panel. There were 3 proposers, and the panel identified Cagwin and Doward as the top-ranked firm. And like I said, the benefit to this solicitation is not only the cost savings we're going to realize, but it's also that we got a price for each site, and that gives us a lot of flexibility as we move forward to look at staffing and service delivery and other options to add and subtract sites. What we're looking at today, though, is to start with the 26 sites that are currently under contract. Those are all in the South County, and as described in the memo, there's a significant cost savings over the contract that we currently have today by going with Cagwin. And just to be really quick, because I know it's a long day, our staff is familiar with the contract management of these sites. They're preparing to turn them over July 1st, should your board concur with our recommendation. And again, I want to thank staff and for procurement for their hard work in this. They're in the audience, as is Cagwin's representative, Doug Duvall, their operations manager, or I, should you have any questions on this item.
Thanks, Mark. Questions, comments? Anyone from the public wish to address this item?
I just had one, Mr. Chair. As always, it's the question I ask every time. Are any county employees going to lose their positions due to this action?
Absolutely not.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anyone from the public wish to address this item? See none. Pleasure of the board. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, item 9A, Sheriff's Department, Placer County Law Enforcement Services Contract, Town of Loomis, to be followed soon by the Town of Colfax.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Mr. Bosch, Mark Jackman, Placer County Sheriff's Office. Here today seeking your approval on 2 amendments for law enforcement services contracts, Town of Loomis, City of Colfax. In order, 9A is the Town of Loomis, which will be increasing $38,000, approximately 2.6%, and item B, increasing $17,000, approximately 2.8%. Same level of service for both cities, city and town.
Any questions, board members? Anyone from the public? Seeing none? Moved and seconded to approve the law enforcement services contract with the Town of Loomis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I just got confirmation that I can't do that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. That was motions A and B. Next, we have Treasurer Tax Collector Community Choice Aggregation. Janine.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, CEO and County Council. Just waiting for my presentation to come up here, but there we go. So on June 7th, your board heard a presentation regarding community choice aggregation, and you received a progress report on progress to date. Over the past several months, staff has been involved in due diligence, and today I'm going to review some of that due diligence with you, and then provide you with a preliminary financing plan and reimbursement plan for Phase 1 and 2 costs, and also consideration of an ordinance authorizing implementation of a CCA program in Placer County and development of a draft Joint Powers Authority agreement. So the first thing that I want to talk to you about are the risks that we have identified and the findings associated with those risks. First of all, there is uncertainty related to PG&E rates. They can fluctuate, most likely upward. That's been the history. CCE rates can be adjusted based on the energy portfolio. So again, to the extent that we are procuring at and locking in low rates, that can be passed on, and then we can adjust accordingly with PG&E rates. There is also the power charge indifference fee or exit fee, which I spoke about last time. That fee can go up on us. It did double this last January. It's adjusted annually. We believe that because of that major increase, that it is less likely to have a significant increase in the future, and that future increases will only be marginal. We also believe that market and political pressure, as more CCE programs come on, will increase in order to bring that down and eventually eliminate it. There's also been some recent market developments that may have an impact on reducing that as well. Another is energy supply, marketing, and availability. Currently, prices are at historic lows. If we can move forward expediently, then we can lock in those prices, and also local sourcing may provide efficiency. Even though we locally source at market price, there may be some efficiency related to costs associated with marketing and other sales type costs. Regulatory requirements and legislative changes, like anything, that's part of the business that we're in. Those things come our way, and we just need to remain vigilant and nimble to respond to those things, but there is nothing existing that would give us undue concern. The other is the opt-out rate. That's the ability of the ratepayers to opt out, the way CCA was authorized in legislation. All ratepayers are included in the CCA territory. They are given a series of legal notices that allow them to opt out if you want. Our pro formas have been based on a 15% opt-out rate to be conservative, but actual experience in other CCAs like Sonoma and Marin is about 8 to 8.5%. And then the availability of outsourcing vendors. We want to make sure that we are able to get service agreements with vendors who have experience and have the bandwidth. And so again, expediency is important so that we don't end up at the end of the line and have to wait for expansion with those vendors, given the anticipated amount of CCA programs expected to come online. So with that, this is the analytical results of our findings. We had 3 consultants working on this. Pacific Energy Advisors took the data that we obtained from PG&E, which was 1 year's worth of meter data for every single ratepayer in PG&E territory in Placer County. Dr. Tibbs was involved in then taking their analysis and putting it into this pro forma. I'd like to call out a couple of things. Maybe this doesn't work. Oh wait, where's my little dot? There it is. Okay. So the assessment and planning phase, as I noted last time I was before you, approximately $325,000. and $1.2 million for implementation and startup. This first section here is based on anticipated energy load, again, based on very finite meter data, which...
Janine?
Yes.
Can I interrupt you for a second? I apologize. For the people coming in, just so you know, we have a very busy agenda today. We're running late, and we have an item before us now. Our plan is to finish a couple of items, and then we're going to come back to take up our 1 o'clock item at 2 o'clock after we break for lunch and closed session. So if you're here for the 1 o'clock item, which is the marijuana ordinance, we're shooting to start it at 2 o'clock. And if you could be very quiet when you come in so we can continue with the business, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, Janine.
That's fine. And I am trying to move quickly in respect for your agenda, and if you want me to slow down or speed up more, I'm glad to do that. Okay, so this is actually a budget pro forma, and it is based on anticipated energy load and rates associated with that load, and also charges. We'll have certain service fees with PG&E. All that is included. The big one is the PCIA. That's in that pinkish band there in the red. And so what that means, that anticipated revenues from sales of energy, and remember, this is only the energy portion of the consumer's bill. It does not include the delivery and transmission portion. So the anticipated revenue is this line item here. And then this is an itemization of costs. I'm going to jump right down to the bottom here and just note a couple of things. It's assumed 4% reserves would be put away beginning in year 1. And then the next line is the total energy and operational costs, and then the expected net revenues, and then cash flows below that. So what we see are the first year, we have actually made that first year considerably more conservative. Yes, Jack?
Are these in today's dollars, or are these in?
These are in today's dollars. It's just 5 years.
Okay.
There is, right here, these are escalators.
Okay.
So there is escalation built in on an escalation basis, not on a net present value basis.
Great. Thank you.
So there is escalation there for both costs and revenues. So anyway, at the bottom line, you see the first year, as you might expect, negative net revenues, and then from there on out, positive net revenues. And those net revenues then are put back into ratepayer programs. Could be incentive, could be economic, could be environmental. Those are policy decisions, and we did not make any particular assumptions about policy decisions. The next page shows the financing plan. It shows that the financing would be provided through the Treasury. And these first two are the Phase 1 and Phase 2 reimbursement. And then this is the borrowing that would occur in years 17, 18 through 19, 20 for operational acquisition of energy and those types of costs. And then at the bottom are the totals of debt that would be taken out those years, and then below is the debt service and the repayment, and then some of the assumptions. These are very conservative assumptions in terms of the rate. We think that they will probably be substantially less than that on the rate. So what we find is that the CCA is viable and sustainable under a range of market conditions and various energy supply portfolio compositions. It is financially feasible and likely to produce net revenues within 2 years. Local resources provide additional economic and environmental benefits. Ratepayers will be provided choice in electric providers and in the source of their electrical supply. And the ratepayer energy cost, and note that that is underlined, again, this does not include delivery and transmission, are estimated to be at least 5% reduction on average. Additional revenues are available to provide further economic and environmental and social benefits, including development of local generation, economic development inducements, and rebates and incentives, which can be provided. So those revenues, as I said before, can be plowed back in to, and provide a variety of services and resources to ratepayers, again, based on policy decisions. Placer Advantage, again, the local control of supply and management, local resources, and it's a very unique mix, and it's unique across the state. We have not identified anybody else that has the variety or the number of different resources that we have here in Placer. So in conclusion, a CCA provides, again, local control, optimization of local resources, significant economic, environmental, and social benefits, and after 3 years, net revenues are estimated to be sufficient to cover all expenses. The enacting legislation does require an ordinance in order to move forward. It does not compel the county. We have off-ramps if we discover that there's a hiccup here or information that does not make this feasible. But what is significant is that it is an ordinance that allows us to draft a JPA. It does not approve a JPA. It's yet to be drafted, and to get concurrence with a potential JPA, other JPA participants. So with that, the actions in front of you are to approve that preliminary financing plan and authorize the program to be, the Empower program, to be reimbursed. The costs now are coming through the Empower program. And again, that reimbursement is contingent upon implementation, and then also to introduce an ordinance authorizing the implementation and the drafting of a JPA agreement. With that, I'm happy to answer your questions or take your comments.
Thanks, Jenny.
Jack?
Yeah, is there a target date that you have that you want to roll, that you want to be operational?
Yes, we're hoping that about this time next year that we would be in the first tranche of our rollout. What we have planned currently is a rollout that would involve municipal meters. So city buildings, county buildings, and local government facilities. Then after that, business, and then after that, residential. And so within about 18 to 24 months, and probably sooner than later, once we start that implementation, we would be fully implemented.
And you'll be coming back to the board to tell us about the energy portfolio and the different...
Yes, and once the JPA agreement is approved by all of the parties, then the rate discussions and decisions, the policy discussions and decisions will go to the JPA board. So at some point, there will be a breaking point, but I do also anticipate, since this board is authorizing the initiation of it, to continue to report back to this board.
And the JPA partners, you're getting that out to...
Yes, we've done some outreach. We have additional follow-up, and the desire is that we will form a working group. We're asking the cities for a point of contact. We'll form a working group to hammer out the JPA, and then to work it back through the hierarchy, if you will, the organizational hierarchy at each of the cities and at the county, and then bring it back for formal adoption by the city councils and the board.
And again, that JPA is going to kind of conceptually mimic what we do at WP, WMA, and SPAWA.
Yes, we're looking at several of our existing JPAs as models.
Okay, thank you very much.
We've got several that work well, like you say, WMA. So we're definitely looking at those in terms of the governance model.
Great, thank you.
Any questions, comments? Okay, so you're seeking consideration approval of preliminary financing plan and the introduction first reading of our ordinance. potentially.
And I want to note for the record that a corrected ordinance
Yes,
has
thank
been
you.
distributed to the clerk of the board and to all members.
So is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Seeing none.
Move approval.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks,
you.
Janine. Next item is our special district's proposed budget. Andy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andy Heath with County Executive Office. Your board is being asked today to approve the fiscal year 2016-17 special district budgets. There's 192 special districts and county services area in the county that are governed by your board. Total proposed budget this year is about $40.8 million, which is approximately $33 million less than last year. Biggest change is the considerable work that's being done on, or has been done on the SMD1 and SMD sewer projects, which require less money moving forward. Final note that the final budget, similar to the proposed budget that your board adopted at the last meeting for the special districts budget, will be coming back to the board in September later this year. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Andy. Any questions? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment? Pleasure of the board.
Move approval. Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the district's budget. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And last item before we break is the Lake Tahoe Tourism Promotion Contract Amendment with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Aaron.
Good afternoon. Chairman Wygant, members of the board, Aaron Casey, Senior Management Analyst with the CEO's office up in Lake Tahoe. The contract and scope of work and budget before you for consideration today will allocate $5,641,534 in transient occupancy funds to the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association for the promotion of tourism and implementation of visitor-serving capital projects and transportation operations in eastern Placer County. The recommended contract amount will fund administrative costs, direct marketing, program research, visitor information, transportation services, and implement various capital projects. In order to provide the agreed-upon services, the fiscal year 2016-17 contract budget allocates funds to the following resource categories. For marketing, $3,289,205. For transportation services, $264,212. And for capital improvements, $2,088,117. Excuse me. While this contract budget allocates $558,466 less to the Resort Association than the previous fiscal year, this does not reflect a reduction in services to the North Lake Tahoe region, but rather agreement to transfer of all operational, management, and administration for transit services from the Resort Association to Placer County. These and other tourism services provided either directly by or under contract with Placer County are identified in the separate Placer County Lake Tahoe Tourism and Promotions Departmental budget approved by your board on June 7th, 2016, and include expansion of peak winter and off-season nighttime TART service and a contract to fund a large share of North Lake Tahoe Express airport shuttle costs. Total TOT allocated to the North Lake Tahoe region in marketing, transportation, and capital investment services has increased by $765,384 from the prior fiscal year. Finally, we expect to return to your board in October with the revised contract following adoption of the final budget to allocate the remaining TOT fund balance and incorporate recommendations regarding potential organizational structure, goals, and community role as may be recommended by the Resort Association and County Executive Office staff. This will result in a revised scope of work that calls for services and capital project allocation commensurate with the budget amount and changes that reflect task force recommendations. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions. Sandy Evans Hall, the CEO with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, is also here and I think has a couple of quick comments.
Great.
Yes, Board of Supervisors, it's nice to be here. Sandy Evans Hall, CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. And I want to say, you know, we're looking forward to working with you again to be able to provide the services that you're contracting with us for, to include marketing, advice on the expenditure of TOT for transportation and capital investments. And then also, as we run our Chamber of Commerce in the area, we hope to include all of those services that we do, provide you advice with the whole community outreach that we provide. So thank you. And I just want to say this is not, it's actually, I was told yesterday, a common boxing injury. I broke a couple of metacarpals there, and but there was no violence that was incurred in this contract negotiation whatsoever.
Glad they removed those rumors. Thank you. Any questions, comments, board members? Anyone from the public?
Move approval.
Moved and seconded to approve the contract items just discussed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion opposed, motion carries. We're now going to adjourn to, some of you missed it, we're going to adjourn to closed session and lunch. The board is targeting coming back and starting our 1 o'clock timed item at 2 o'clock, which of course is consideration of the ordinance regarding marijuana. So Jerry.
The board will now adjourn to closed session for a conference with legal counsel to discuss one item of existing litigation, and for a conference with its real property negotiators to discuss 3 potential real property acquisitions.